now? No? Yes? I think so. Tristan didn't connect my microphone was the issue. But now it is connected. Okay. Welcome, everyone. There we go. Uh, Excellent. We get to start today with The Great Peanut Robbery by Florian Wortmann. I'm very curious about the title. I assume that the title is a reference to something, but not a something that I am aware of. Uh, uh, but anyway, this puzzle has been voted for by David, Plonktime, Russ, Afraid Not, Nell, and Luda. I hope all of you enjoy this solve. Now you also see me, excellent, and you see a grid and everything. That would be great. Let's see. So we have arrows. So the circle is the sum of the digits along the arrow, and because of the given digit, we know there's not a 9 along this arrow, which is quite nice. We have a trick that's repeated a few times throughout this grid, so I'm going to highlight them for you and try and explain what is happening in all of these instances. So all of the places I've highlighted, and probably exactly one place that I didn't highlight, I guess kind of up here as well. There are 5 cells on arrows with... row 8 as well. Yeah, there's that one as well. So there's 5 cells on arrows, for example, in box 2. So the minimum sum of these is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is 15. And the impact of that is it means these 2 cells need to sum to at least 15, because these 2 cells have the same sum as these 5 cells, because this is how arrows work. If you want to think about it, each arrow is providing an equation in a system of equations, and we're just adding those 2 equations together. So this cell equals that cell plus that cell. This cell equals that cell plus that cell plus that cell. And so you could add those equations any way you want, but if you just add them directly, you get that these 2 are the sum of these. And the reason why that's powerful is because whenever you sort of add a cell to the minimum... whenever you add a cell to your collection, the minimum goes up by a lot, right? So when you have 3 cells, the minimum is 6, but then suddenly you add 2 more cells, and now the minimum is jumped all the way up to 15. And so in particular, that means that this cell, which could normally be something like a 3, with a 1 and a 2, can't possibly be a 3, because if so, this cell would, by our previous argument, have to be at least a 12, which is too many. And so this not only can't be 3, it also can't be 4 or 5. So the smallest this can be is 6. And so what you end up with is this pencil mark. Now I should note, this pencil mark is not at all interesting, because this pencil mark here... it will be interesting via box 5, but normally you could only get, or you could get the 6, 7, 8, 9 as a sum of these 3 digits just by the fact that it's a sum of 3 digits. Right. Now, box 5 actually asks you basically if you really understand this trick, because in box 5, the minimum sum of these 5 cells is 16. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Which means these 2 digits need to add to at least 16. And so that actually tells you this one actually can't be a 6, and this one can't be a 6 either. So it's a 7, 8, or 9. But everywhere you have a pile of digits that see each other, you can repeat this trick. And so we have that, and we have that. And so we've got a lot of length 2 arrows that have to sum to more than they usually do. Also, this one just is a length 3 arrow. So we have to do that. Okay, now Dorlier has a very nice different point, which I think a couple of people in chat have made, which is that even in complete isolation, so this is a completely different trick than the trick we previously talked about. So if the only clues in the entire grid were this singular arrow, and we looked at these 2... the thing that Dorlier is pointing out is that this can't be a 6 or a 7, because 6 and 7 both can only be made in one way. So if this was a 6, then this would have to be 1, 2, 3, and this would have to be 1, 2, 3, which is a problem for the reason that, well, that would be 4 1, 2, 3s in column 4, which is, spoiler, too many 1, 2, 3s in column 4. And likewise, 7 also has the same problem because the only way to make the arrow work is 1, 2, 4, and that doesn't work either. I don't think I've ever seen that trick in quite that way before with an arrow puzzle. I've seen it a lot in region sum lines, but anyway, that means this digit's actually an 8 or a 9. And we can do some coloring, MECD points out, by asking where that digit actually goes. So where this digit goes in ye old box 2. So it definitely doesn't go on its own arrow. And it actually can't go on this arrow either. Because if I put it on this arrow, the problem is that, like, let's imagine I put it here. The problem is if I think about what my equation is saying now, so I said these two cells have the same sum as these 5 cells. Well, I could just sort of take that same digit out, and now I'm saying this cell has the same value as the sum of these 4 cells. But that's a problem because 4 cells add to at least 10, and I can't do that. So that means that when I actually go to look at where this red circle ends up in this box, it can only possibly land there. Okay. So we now know this lands over here. If it lands on this arrow, it's certainly 8 with a 1, which doesn't work for a sort of silly reason. That's, oh, I guess, sorry. I was looking at all the different pairs and I missed that this pair, literally the same argument works. So I was going to argue it a different way, but, within these 5 cells have the same sum as these 2 circles on the side. If I put circle on the arrow, that makes this digit at least 10. So in fact, this digit is circle, which makes it a 6 or a 7. Assuredly, this digit is in one of these cells in this box, but I don't quite know where. We will yet see. We do know this digit is one of these 2 in column 4. So in column 5, it's in here, but that's not so exciting. Let's see. I do know that none of these are 9 for what it's worth. Oh yeah, we can do, oh, not quite. We can't do the same logic on row 7, column 7 as we did on row 3, column 3, because this arrow is only length 2. And so it is okay if this is a 7, at least naively, because this would have to be 1, 2, 4, but this wouldn't. It is true that this would land there in box 8, but I don't know if this is red circle or not. I don't think. In fact, it probably is red circle, but I don't think I know yet. I do know that this digit lands here at least, so I guess this is where I use 2 different coloring systems and say that I know that this digit is the same as this digit, but I don't know if yellow is red circle. Oh, right. DWeb has the point, which is it's not red circle because we said that red circle in box 6 is in this column, and that looks at that cell. So, right. So this is a non-red circle digit. So it can be red X, and we can temporarily lose our second coloring system. But I believe in us and our ability to get it back. Let's see. So, yeah. So we know that red X by this argument goes here in this box. And so now if we play the red circle in column 4 game, red circle in column 4 can't go in these cells by sudoku, can't go in these cells by arrow, is certainly not going there. And so red circle goes there. We'd previously noted that red circle was going in one of these two, so when we placed it here, we basically had a corner mark on red circle in these two cells that somehow existed in my head. Hey, Christian, how are you doing? Are you all moved into the new place now? Hopefully. Now, there's an interesting question of, can this be 7, really? I don't know. Oh, right. So this sum, beautiful. Isaiah points out sums to double red X, which means that double red X is at least 15. And spoiler, it's not 15 either because 15 is odd, but that does mean that this isn't 7, which means these actually are an 8-9 pair, which is quite nice. That is very cool. This puzzle, I've been really, not that I'm incredibly surprised, but I am very impressed by this. The white green dual coloring is a common the way to do that. Red circle in row 8 is now here. Points out, well, because remember red circle in this box is here. So red circle in row 8 can't possibly go in any of these cells, and it can't go in that one by the sudoku on that one. So this is red circle in this cell. So one of these two is red circle over down here. Let's see. One of these two is red X. So one of these two is red X. One of these two is red X. Oh, sorry, I cheated. Right. Sorry, red circle can be over here, right? Good catch. Yeah, there are several cells like these, if you really want, that you can mark as not being able. In fact, this one is a 6 or a 7 only, is probably a very reasonable cell to actually mark this way. Because remember, it's looked at by red circle in this column. It's looked at by red X here. So this is only a 6 or a 7. So now the maximum sum of these is 16, which is useful because it lets me corner mark a 7 in these cells. Because if these sum to a most 16, I can't put a 7 in them at all. We can do the same thing here. This sees red X and red circle, so this is not an 8 or a 9 either. So there's definitely 1 or 2. Or sorry, definitely 1 and 2 here, for what it's worth. Wario asks why there can't be a 7. It's because 4 digits sum to at least 10. So if you put 5 digits and one of them is a 7, the minimum sum is 17. But the maximum sum of these two is only 16. The answer is these two places. Wait. Sorry, no, it's not those two places. I think it's only there. Yeah, Dorlier, I think, is right. I think red circle can only go here in this. Oh, unless red circle goes on this line, right? Red circle can go on this line. Like it could go there. Yeah, Right. Red X, though, in box 5 is definitely in one of these cells. Because this is a red X arrow and red X isn't 5, which means that red X in column 5 actually can only go here. Oh, sorry, no, it could go in one of those two because red X could still go here, right? I don't actually know that this isn't, what else? Yeah, so I don't quite know. Uh, oh, red X in column 6 is the way to say it. Oh, I flip flopped. Yeah, I flip flopped things, but yeah, the I think maybe the easiest way to say it is where does red X go in column 6, because it's not going in a box with red X or on an arrow that sums to red X, and it's not going on an arrow of that size. So this is my red XE89. Oh, right. These two add to exactly 7, or these 5 add to exactly 17, right? Because these two are different 8 9s. So yeah, so these add to exactly 17 without a 5. Uh, so they could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Is there another option, or is that the only option that actually works given the given 5? Uh, I don't think so. Yeah, you can if you don't include 1, 2, 3, and 4, then your minimum would be 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Oh, sorry, no, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. Right. If you don't include 1, 2, 3, 4, your minimum is 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. Which is 19, which is too many. So yeah, so it has to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, which means there is a 7 over here. These are 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, if these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, then they'd better be 1, 3, 4. Because that's the only way to sum to a number. Oh, no, sorry. They could be 2, 3, 4, but we need the 3 and the 4 over here and not over here, is what I'm saying. That is reasonable. Yeah, 6, 8 pair and the rest of the box. I agree. Oh, and if I notice that this arrow now definitely has a 7 on it, it actually places our first digit in the puzzle, which is this 7. And we get a digit dance from Zach, who is somewhere. Hey, Zach. I don't know why you're hanging out on the floor, but you can come up here. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So now there's a 7. I guess in one of these two cells, I think that could still be a 7. I would not, by the way, have bet that 7 was going to be the digit. By the way, there's a 6, 7 pair in this column. That seems very relevant. Doesn't it? I think that's very relevant. We resemble but are legally distinct from the hokey pokey. Let's see. So yeah, there's definitely a 6 and a 7 over here in this column. So one of those. Hey, Puck, how are you doing? Uh, Puck, it was, oh boy, there's the two people whose names I run together. Tristan, help me out here. What is their name? Tristan, you have to tell me. I can picture them. I met them. There we go. Paul Fly, thank you. Thank you. Okay. All right. So, people are pointing out I can do some math down in this box. Uh, which is yeah, that is true. Yeah, the people who get memberships now can watch the Sudoku thing, which is a very cool bonus for gifted subs. Uh, yeah, so people want me to like add to 45. I admit I would normally resist doing this because this is kind of painful, but I'll do it for chat. So these cells sum to 15 or 16. These sum to 24. So if you take 24 plus 15, that's 39. That would make this a 6. Or if you take 24 plus 16, that's 40. That would make this a 5. But this can't be a 5 because of the given digit. So this has to be a 6. Which means that now actually these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for sure. Oh, I guess yeah. You could think of it if you preferred that these are this I like slightly better. The only way to make 15 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The only way to make 16 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. And so the digit that you're leaving out is either the 5 or the 6, which is this digit. So yeah, you can do it that way instead of via the 45 sum. If you're into that kind of thing, I think I do like that better. And glad you're enjoying the Sudokuvania, Ilm. I enjoyed doing it. It was quite a lot of fun. Okay. Yeah, that just tells me that these are one of the ways to I guess what it tells me is that these two digits add to 15, which I don't know that I can do anything with. But because these two, this 6, 7, and this 8, 9, if you want, I guess I should probably mark it this way. These two add to 15, and these two add to 15. But sadly, these two adding to 15 doesn't quite give me the geometry that I would like it to. Yeah, at least I would say, Puck, the good mathy bits in puzzles tend to be more geometry than math. There definitely are some like really bashy like deductions about killer sums that one can make where it is sort of about math but not good math. But I think you're completely correct that most of them that's not what's going on. Yeah. Uh, uh, Rest of row 8. Right. Sorry. Yes, that is true. Right. These two add to 15, so therefore these two add to 15, and therefore that okay. Yeah. So I was looking at the wrong place for the implication that these add to 15, but yes, that's completely correct. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So these two are 6, 7, 8, 9, and so we know where the red circle goes in that story. And then we know where the green circle goes. Uh-oh, we broke it. How did we break it? Oh, it's not those. Sorry, it's not those. I did the wrong thing. No, I did. It's not these that add to 15. Sorry, I got confused. Never mind. They only add to 15 if you misread that this arrow is adding with that arrow rather than this arrow adding with this arrow. I believed it because I mentally made the connection as well that like, oh yeah, so those add to 15 and so that, etc. But that means actually that this cell is a naked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because this cell now sees 6, 7, 8, and 9. Is I think the point, and therefore, I guess that's not actually that impactful, is it? Yeah, Yeah, that is actually true of all of these cells. So this sum can't be 15, which powerfully tells me that x is not 7.5, which I see somehow we have already deduced by the fact that I did not pencil mark 7.5 in it. But that gives us an alternate proof that x is not 7.5. Well, happy to see you, Puck. Hope to see you again soon. And enjoy the Sudokuvania videos. Yes, it means that those two circles that add up to a minimum of 8 plus 8 don't add to 15. Yeah, I could eliminate, because these sum to a maximum of 18. Does that mean they need a 1? Yeah, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is too big, right? 2, 3, 4, 5. If I don't use a 1 anywhere in here, then I get to a minimum of 20. And if I don't use a 2 anywhere in here, I get to a minimum of 19. So if we want to, we can say that that is 3, 4, 5. Hey, David, how are you doing? Let's see, red X. Yeah, I guess actually that's a good point, is that red X definitely goes in here, Puck points out. So these are definitely from 6, 7, 8, 9, no question. Which means that these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, does that? Oh, no, sorry. The red X goes in one of these two, and I don't know which one yet. The fact that this arrow total is small is interesting, because this is a 3, 4, 5, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you, Music Cuber. I will take a bow. Nicholas likes the idea of coloring 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as blue. Well, I did promise that we would get multi-layer coloring back, so I think we can do that. So we'll make those blue. We'll make these also orange. Oh, and these are all orange. That is blue. Oh, I guess that makes all of these blue. Oh, and all of these we know are blue. It would seem. And all of these are blue. All of these are definitely blue because they, these are from 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I guess this is also 3, 4, 5 while we're marking things so that we can sort of build our own 3, 4, 5 triple. Right. This cell definitely sees all of the orange digits. So therefore I will color it orange. This sees 8, 9, 6, and 7 in the column. The 7 is definitely in one of these two cells. Oh, these are all orange, by the way. While we are talking about things that are things. So I'm definitely putting a 6 over here somewhere. So there's either a 6 or a 7 on an arrow, which is, I guess, not saying anything profound, but I don't know. I did a lot of coloring. What do you want from me? Let's see. There's definitely an orange on this arrow, and there aren't 2 oranges on this arrow. So I think this cell's always orange by counting this row's oranges, because we need 2 more oranges in this row. They're certainly not both going here. So this cell's definitely orange. I don't know which orange. I just know it's definitely orange. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Where's the other orange in column 7? Ah, yeah. These cells aren't orange. because they see every digit. They see both greens and both reds. So those are blue. Let's see. I need 3 more in column 8. Oh, right. I can't put all these 3 can't. These 3 can't all be orange because that would be 5 oranges. And so, therefore, when I need to put 3 more oranges in column 8, I can't put all 3 of them there. So one of them has to go there, and so that is orange. That was someone's point. That was Ian's point. Very nice. Oh yeah, and Puck had a different way of seeing it, which was to note that there's 1 orange in here, and so that was going to be the last orange, which made that blue. So Puck did the opposite way of thinking about it. There's always this duality between hidden and naked things, where you can see it either way, and so it's nice to see it phrased the other way. Nicholas did as well see it that way. I see. So, Garion points out that if I put both 6 and so there's 2 oranges here, and Garion points out these can't both be orange because if they were, this would sum to a minimum of 6, 7 plus 1, 2, 3 is 19. I can't make these 2 sum to 19. So these can't both be orange, and so therefore this cell's definitely orange, which is the last orange for the row. So there's some more blue. Right. There's definitely an orange in these cells, points out David, which means the minimum sum of these is now not 15. The minimum sum is certainly at least 16. So this can't be a 6, and so that's at least not a 6. Could I also do that it's not a 7? I feel like I could do 7 and 9 and still have a 6 on the arrows, right? How are you doing, Tall Cat? Oh, right. This is Relish X. Very good, very good. Column 8 now has 5 blues in it, apparently. I don't know how that happened. That makes both of these orange. Are you going to be on the stream for all 24 hours of it, Tall Cat? Let's see. You're not insane like me. That is fair. Although I'm not a young Zeta anymore, but who knows? I wouldn't rule out entirely the possibility that I do another 24-hour stream at some point, although yeah, this could be a 6. If I torture it, I can prove that row 2 column 4 is blue, but I'm not sure if you want to torture it. That is a very fair point of view, because if this was blue, it would have to be if this was orange, it would have to be a 6, which would make this a 9, and would make that a 7, and maybe that eventually breaks. How did I come up with the name zetamath? Puck asks. So I started a YouTube channel to publish some math videos, and the math videos were about the Riemann zeta function. And so I thought about, like, what do I name a channel about math related to the Riemann zeta function? And so uncreatively, after trying a bunch of things, I went with zetamath, which then, because I was on some math servers and whatnot on Discord, that was my Discord name, was zetamath. And so then I just got into Sudoku stuff and started posting in the Sudoku Discord. And so by the time I started actually setting, I'd already been on the Sudoku Discord as zetamath, and so then it just sort of stuck, is the short version. But if you go to youtube.com/zetamath, that has some math videos. We post a new one as often as once every 3 years. So if you want to catch up, there's not that much of a backlog. Let's see. Do I believe the Riemann hypothesis is true? Yes, I would bet every cent that I have that the Riemann hypothesis is true. You can learn the sum of 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4, etc. there. Column 2 only has one more blue. Okay, can we figure out where that blue isn't for sure? Okay, people are convincing me I really should actually think about if this is 6, then these are 1, 2. Would make the arrow in box 3 a 4, 5, but it's not. Right, so if this is 6, 1, 2. Right. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, I guess maybe the nicest way to say it is if this is a 6, if this is orange, it's a 6, and these two then sum to 18. And so then the question is, how am I making these sum to 18? And the answer is I'm not. I guess maybe here's maybe the easiest way. If I make these two orange, then the minimum sum of these is 13. Plus 6 is 19. That's more than double 9. I think that's the easiest way, is to not actually think about the, what digit it is at all. Just ask, can I possibly make 2 oranges and 3 blues sum to less than 19? The answer is no. Yeah, David is saying it that way. So this is definitely blue and orange. Yeah. So that is the circle. Yeah. So red O can't be 9.5. We have an alternative proof, as Wario Land points out. Okay, so now do we have more cells that we know definitely can't be thingy thing? Okay, well, I guess that does tell me that this digit for sure isn't green circle. So this is not red circle or green circle. This is some flavor of X. This is either green X or red X, which feels monumental, but I also don't think does anything. Let's see. Mekti is claiming that now this can't possibly be x89, because if it was x89, this would be 981, which would make this 234, make that 9. What does that break? I don't quite see what that breaks. Oh, because this arrow would also be 2, 3, 4. Oh, yeah, that's true. If I think about that, does that actually tell me that this needs to be 5 or 6? because this arrow present, I need to have a digit that's not 1, 2, 3, 4 involved in this sum, right? Because there's only one way to make 8 and 9 that only use the numbers from 1, 2, 3, 4. And so this sum needs to not use only the numbers from 1, 2, 3, 4. Does that mean this has to be the number that's not from 1, 2, 3, 4? Maybe that logic is not quite good. It might not quite be as nice as I'm trying to make it. Certainly this is only 1, 2, or 5. I can at least say that. But that's maybe not a super compelling statement. Yeah, I agree. I don't think it quite works, unfortunately. This is the 1, 2, 5 just because we've got some corner marked 3, 4s. Anyway, this being red circle, I agree is a problem, although it's kind of a gross problem. But yeah, if this was red X, so just to go over this again, I went over this and I was trying to sort of see if I could talk myself into some way of seeing this that I liked. If this is red X, then this is 1. The only thing this can be is 2, 3, 4. But the problem is if you look at it, this is also 2, 3, 4 in that instance. So that does not work, although I don't know. That doesn't feel as intentional as every other step in the rest of the puzzle, so it wouldn't surprise me if that's not the way that Florian thought about it. I can, by the way, mark these as 6, 7. I probably can get rid of that 7 corner mark. This is 6 or 7. This is 6 or 7. Sorry, this is 8 or 9, not 6 or 7. And so now, now it's in one of those two cells. Right. We said this was, this is one of the things, and now the only thing it can actually be is red X, because remember, it's not green circle because it has green circle in its arrow. It's not green cross because it sees green cross by sudoku. It's not red circle because of that, so the only thing it can be is red X. Agree. And this certainly, therefore, is a 1, 2, 3, by the way. Oh, red X in column 2 now is here. I agree. Okay, so this cell is not 8 or 9. Just by virtue of the fact that it sees this bizarre 8-9 pair. Right. These cells we can now math. They sum to 17. Plus another 17 is 34. So therefore these sum to 11 by math. So this is a 4 or a 5 only. Yeah, there's a orange in there somewhere. Because I don't quite know that this cell isn't orange yet. One of these two is green circle. Let's see. I agree one of these two is red circle. That is gorgeous. Oh, we could have done this so long ago, Carl. This was just sort of floating as available for forever. and was yeah. This has been just available for 17 years. If red circle is 8, it just doesn't work because if and this was true as soon as we marked the 3-4 here. Because if red circle is 8, this has to be 125. Because remember, it has to be the one that has a non 1, 2, 3, 4 digit in it. But now my 5-cell sum to 16 has a 5 in it, which it can't, because the only 5-cell sum to 15 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. That's gorgeous. Okay, so Carl has what I'm sure was the entire point. And I think we've probably gone on a longer than intended detour into other things. So red circle is definitely 8. Red X is 9. So that's 8 and that's 9. That's 9. That's 6. So that's 7 and 6. 6 and 7. And then this is 9 and 9. No? What? Oh, yes, I did the reverse of what I deduced. Yes, I thought you were saying the deduction was wrong. No, the deduction was correct, but the deduction was that this is not 8, so it is 9. There we go. Yes, I flipped it. You're right. Which is always on brand. Yeah, the 8 world is the one that breaks. So that's a 7 because they add to 15. So that's a 6 and a 7 and a 7 and a 6. It's a 6 and an 8. I can get rid of my calligraphy or condiments if you want the lower brow version. Okay. So now we've got a 7 and a 6 and an 8. I can solve for that. I can get rid of the 4 here. So this is 1, 2, 3. I know that this is 2, 3, 4. Uh-oh. Stop. What did I do? Row 8, column 1 was X, not O. Oh. Yes, it was. Sorry. Okay, I'm just going to go back, and then I'm going to fill in that this is 8. There we go. Yeah, so these are 6 and 9 in some order. Yeah, I misascribed the identity of the circle. We colored it correctly, but then I gave it a wrong identity. Oh, yes, we can solve for this digit is a 2. And now the only way to make 9 without a 2 and 3 is 1, 3, 5. It's not a 5, so that's a 4 and a 5. I guess alternatively, you could do box math and say that those two had to add to 15, or had to add to 6, whichever way you wanted to do it. So that's a 4. So that makes that a 4 just by the column. This is a 1 or a 3. That spot from Carl was just magic of the why the world where this is 8 just doesn't work. That was a gorgeous little bit of stuff. We'll get rid of the 1 and 2 corner marks here. We will fill in that this is 1, 7. That's probably a good idea. So that looks up and makes that a 3. So these two digits are a 2 and a 4. 4, 3, or 2, 5. So this is 3 or 5 is not super useful. One of these is a 1. Yeah, this is only a 1 or a 5. We sort of have that this is 1 or 5 in two different ways, I suppose. Yes, that's a good question. Where's the 9 in row 8? Is an excellent question because I'm not putting it on an arrow that adds to 8 unless I use a -1, and I don't want to repeat -1 within the row. So that's the 9. That's the 6. And now the 6 is on this arrow. So now this is a 2, 6. And so now this is a 1, 3, 4. Which now makes this a 2, 5. Which gives me the 1 and the 5, gives me the 3. There's a 1 looking down at this, so that's a 4 and a 1. That's a 5. No 5, no 2. Let's see. This is a 1 or a 3, and so that's the 2. See, you learn important, valuable Sudoku techniques from this stream. 1, 3, 5. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, these the low digit down here is a 4. Yeah, I should just fill these in. These are 4, 7, 9. There we go. It didn't do a lot of good, I'll be honest with you, but I had hope. The hope was dashed, but I had the hope, and that's what matters, right? This cell is blue because it sees 6, 7, 8, and 9 in a weird way. So it's 4 or 5. So I'll write 4 or 6 in it and then be excited momentarily when a red digit pops up. Okay. Yeah, one of those two is 5. Let's see. Do I have a 7 looking somewhere over here? No. Do I have a 6 looking somewhere over here? No, not really. Okay, what are we doing with this? Oh, I can mark these. So these are from 1, 2, 3 only. Okay, so right, so that's the point. Not quite, Nicholas, right? Because the 1 in this row could still be over here. I need to know that that couldn't be 1, which I don't quite know. What is this pair, by the way? This is 6 and 4. So ye old 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sextuple in the column. Just what we all live for, but in particular in that sextuple, there's only one place for the 5 to go, and so it's there. Which makes that a 3, which makes this a 1, 2, which makes that a 3, and that a 6 and a 2 and a 1. 6 is orange, by the way. I should not forget. And by the way, everything outside of that sextuple is orange. So we should be mindful of that. That's blue, and it's a 4. That's orange. That's a 2. These are now blue by box count. Let's see. This is a 1 and a 3. Okay, now we have a Zackwing on 1s in rows 5 and 6. So in other words, the 1 in boxes 5 and 6 is consumed by these two boxes. So neither of those are 1, which means that is. And now we have a Zackwing on 2s between these two boxes, which means neither of those is 2, which means that one is. Let's see. We've got to still place a 9 somewhere around here. I can probably figure out what this digit is. So that's a 9. That's a 1 and a 5. Oh yeah, we can now do a Zackwing on 3s between these two boxes, placing the 3 in one of these two cells, but that one sees a 3, so it's this one. Very nice, very nice. Okay, so the only digit missing in this column that is blue is a 4. Let's see, this row is missing a 4 and a 9. Ah, right, and that one's not the 9. So that's the 4 and that's the 9. Which has now made that orange and that blue. Let's see, this is blue by box count, by the way. And it is a 4 or a 5. Who knows which? It's impossible to know. Let's see. One of these is a 5 and the other is a 6, and we know which. So that's orange and blue. Okay, that's all the blues in this row. So these are orange, which finishes the oranges for that box. So that's blue and that's orange. And we've now completed our coloring. So now we just need to fill in the digits. 2, 3, 2, 1, 7, 9. Bravo, bravo. That was really, that was a hell of a puzzle. Great job done there to Florian with the math there and all the setting. That was beautifully done and beautifully spotted by Carl what the elegant point was here in row 2. Because that was available, I think, maybe 15 minutes before we put it together. Very nice. All right, we will be back in just shortly with, and we're going to do a clover puzzle up next, I think, but I'm going to have to talk to Tristan and make sure. But I'll be back in just a moment. Actually, maybe a Wario puzzle and then a clover puzzle. I'll see. I'll see what Tristan has arranged. I'll be right back. Welcome back. I see some people talking about Zack wings and X wings in the chat, and I wanted to explain the difference between them and why I think it is worth having both of them as different names. In addition to Zack being a prima donna and liking having things named after him, but why I think it is useful logically if you're doing variant Sudoku to have two of them. So let's just start with what is an X-wing and how do you explain what the logic on an X-wing is? So if these are German whispers, so digits along the line have to differ by at least 5. And so in particular, you can't put a 5 on it is all I'm really using here. Hey, Nemafish, how are you doing? I still love your screen name once you explained to me what it was. In particular, what that means is that the 5 in this column has to go in one of the 2 yellow cells, and the 5 in this column has to go in one of these 2 cells. And so that gets you a somewhat advanced deduction, which is that if you count where the 5s are in rows 1 and 9, they have to be here and here in some combination. Basically, it's either there and there, or it's there and there. And that tells you that within these cells, you can't have a 5. So if you had a random, like if you just throw down a random 6 cage here, you can now deduce that this has to be a 2, 4, 6 cage instead of that. That's what an X-wing is. And so it involves either columns or rows where a digit is only able to go in 2 places, or bilocal, if you want to use the fancy parlance of the day. And so that works. And so in particular, in order for this logic to really be necessary, what I need to do is it needs to be the case that I have this arrangement where it's actually across 4 different boxes. Okay. And the reason for that is that if instead I just adjust this setup somewhat, if I instead do this, now I can make a completely different argument about why these cells can't be 5. And so that reason is, well, the 5 in this column is now in one of these 2 cells. The 5 in this column is one of these 2 cells. That's just a straight up 5 corner mark. And so now if I ask the question, where does 5 in row 7 go? Which is a much simpler question, perhaps, than counting 5s over down here. I'm going to explain in a minute why that's not true, AFK. So here I could do that, but here I could also just ask the question, where is 5 in row 7? And the answer here is that, well, it can't go in these cells or these cells, and so you can get it here. And so here, you could use either logic. You could use either the logic that this thing is an X-wing. It's just an X-wing that's actually only in 2 boxes, which is like not quite that. But let me show you why in variance this shows up so often, which is let's just take some arrows. Well, actually, I'll make it a new grid. And let me get some arrows. So let's throw a given 9 here, and let me try and make something that actually has solutions. So we'll do that and that. And so here we have a setup where the reason I've chosen these are length 3 arrows that can't be 9. And so there's a 1 corner marked here, and there's a 1 corner marked here. This isn't an X-wing of any kind, because there are not locked, there's no ones locked into columns or rows, but this is a Zach wing. I'm overly white saturated. That's possible. I can hold Zach up to the camera. Sometimes Zach color corrects me. The camera is slightly confused because I'm not white, and so it tries to color correct me to look white, but I'm not quite white. And so sometimes that gets confused. But anyway, the point is the X-wing logic, or this is no longer an X-wing, but it's still a valid thing because the 1 has to go down here. because I could still use the logic, and in fact, maybe the easier logic to use is that the 1 in row 3 can't go here and can't go here, so it has to go over here. Uh, and so that doesn't happen. Like, this conflagration of corner marks is something that's very unlikely to happen in a classic Sudoku, which is the context in which usually people talk about X-wings. But it's very common in variants, like, for example, like this is a perfectly normal setup that you'll see very often, but it happens with killer cages, it happens with ever. And so basically, it's sort of useful to notice the two separate ideas and the two separate ways to get them as being both valid, important deductions. And it's not like, and in this case, it's a much less fancy deduction. If someone just said, where is 1 in row 3, you would get this. But it's useful to notice, oh, it's locked into these two rows. Josh says that some people would define an X-wing in such a way that this is an X-wing. I haven't seen that, but I believe that people would do this. So anyway, that's the distinction I draw when I try and do this, is like, which of these ways of thinking about this am I sort of fronting? Both of them work and are useful, but I think of them as being slightly different things when I am actually doing it. Okay, has Tristan sent me the puzzle that Tristan wants me to do next? Yes. Yes, so sometimes a Zack-wing is an X-wing. For sure, you could... oh, nope, that's not it. Tristan has not sent me the puzzle that Tristan has told me that I'm supposed to do next. So I am going to filibuster until Tristan sends it to me. Or do something. Tristan is shouting at me, but that's not a link. So I can't hear what Tristan is saying either. But let's see. I will filibuster in the form of reading Zach's comment. One definition I found is that an X-wing is a Sudoku solving technique where a specific digit appears as a candidate and only two possible cells within two different rows or two different columns. Yeah, okay, there we go. Tris sent it to me. There we go. Okay, so this is a Wario Land puzzle that features a lot of different things woven together into a lovely heart shape. This heart looks kind of like a fox just because it's orange. But let's have a look at this. Okay, so we've got regular arrows and red arrows. Let's be cognizant. So the red arrows, they sum to double the digit in the circle. To me, the biggest difference is that a Zack-wing is not a spaceship in the Star Wars movies. That's true. Not yet, anyway, but they keep extending the franchise, so it could happen, Garion. The collab with me and the best friend girlfriend. Nice. Let's see. Okay, so we've got the red arrows, the classic arrows. Oh, the rules aren't on screen. Oh, because I didn't click the Sudoku pad button. That is why. Thank you for letting me know. I, as a general rule, am bad at remembering to click the other button. I can shrink the zeta slightly. Okay, and then we've got German whispers, as just discussed. We have Renbon, the best friend of the channel. So that is good. Okay, so let's see. I guess maybe a reasonable question is, what is the least number that this could sum to? So 1, 1, 2, 3, 1. So this can only possibly be an 8 or a 9. Annoyingly, both of those can go next to a 4, but this also has to be an 8 or a 9 by virtue of the fact that it goes next to a 4 on a Dutch whisper. Don't I only know that one of these is a 9? I was thinking about placing 9 in this box, but I didn't see it. Let's see, this is certainly 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, this cell is on the Renbon. Sorry, my brain completely blanked the whole this is on the Renbon thing, right? So my brain was like, oh, I definitely can't put a 9 on the Renbon, but then I saw this arrow circle and it's like, oh, but an arrow circle would be great. But no, this arrow circle's on the Renbon. That is not going to work. So the 9 has to go here. And so we have a Zach dance for the digit 9. Ba-doop, ba-doop. Whoa! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop, 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 ba-doop. Wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So I'm being informed that 1 might be a problem. If I try to put a 1 in this cell. Not quite sure. Let's see. This is certainly let's see. 1, 2, 1 is the minimum here. So this is a 4, 5, 6, 7. Sorry. Because of the repeating. Oh, but no, I've got this arrow. This arrow is the point. Okay, yeah, sorry. It's the trick from last time. Combining these 2 arrows. And so the minimum sum, and there's a few ways you could do it, but I'll just tell you the best way to do it is that the minimum sum of these 5 cells is 15, plus this cell is 16. And so that actually tells you that these need to sum to at least 16, which you can only do as a 7 and a 9 and a 1. So that gives you everything. And a 2, 3, 4. And a 1, 5 there. Well, the arrow deduction gets you so much more than the Renbon deduction, doesn't it? But yeah, you're right. You could do this with the Renbon and argue that if this digit was either going to be a 7 or a 1, just by the fact that it was the outies of a length thing, and 7 was going to be a problem for an arrow that was now at most 7. But anyway, that does, by our earlier logic, it makes that a 2, a 1, a 9, an 8, and these a 1, 2, 3. That one's not a 1 because it's got a 1, 2, 3, or sorry, a 1, 5 pair looking up at it. These are 6, 7, 8. Oh, I typed 9, but they're not 9. So I know that this is high. This is low. This is low. It's not a 1 or a 2, and it's not a 4 either. So it can only be a 3 with an 8, 9 next to it, because those are the those are the digits that work. Let's see. So that's not a 3 either. This is a 7, 8, 9. This is a 2, 3, 4. This is a 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, that's super cute. This is beautiful. So this Renbon definitely has a 7 and an 8 on it. And that tells me that this digit is not a 7 or an 8. So this digit has to be a 6. I love that. That's my favorite kind of Renbon nonsense. But now there's a 7-8 pair on this Renbon, and so therefore that's a 9, because I can't repeat digits on the Renbon. Let's see. So these digits sum to 12 is not a thing I'm used to saying about these things. This has to be a 6, 7, or 8, just for the record. So there's a 1 on here somewhere for sure. One of these two is a 9. I don't know if I care about that yet. Let's see. What's left in this column? Is there anything... this column just looks suspicious to me of, like, maybe there's a hidden digit in it somewhere. Maybe not. I don't see anything. I guess these are at least 4 or 5, so if you want to think about it these two digits sum to at least 4 plus 5 plus 1, so that makes this at least a 5. And it's not a 5 because there's a 1, 5 looking up at it, so this is certainly from 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I can certainly fill in the Dutch whispers. Oh, I should fill in the 8 arrow is 1, 2, 5. That's what I should really do, because there's a given 4, and so the 8 arrow only has one option. Oh, and that's very helpful because one of these now is a 1, and so now this arrow, which I said needs a 1, one of those is a 1, and so by Zackwing on 1s, that's a 1. Oh. But we'll make do. We'll figure it out. Okay, so this 9 can go next to 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it can't actually go next to a 5 or a 4. But if this went next to a 5, this digit would have to be a 1, but the 1 in the box is already gone. So this digit needs to be at least 4 more than this. So it needs to be at least 6. So it's only 6 or 7. And this digit needs to be at least 4 less. So this can only be 2, 3, right? So that's a 2, 3 pair is the point. So that makes that a 5. Which makes... Oh, but now this being a 6 is a problem because of this 2, 3 pair, right? The 6... next to the 2, 3 pair means it would be next to A3. And so this has to be a 7. That's always the trickiest German whisper thing. So that's a 6, means that's not a 6, means that's not a 7. I guess I could have given an alternate proof that this wasn't a 6 because it would break the 1, 2, 3 cell. Let's see. Oh, right. This digit, German whispers the 1. Or sorry, Dutch whispers the 1. So this is at least 5. But it can't be 6, 7, 8, or 9. So this can only possibly be a 5. Means one of these two is a 5, but just checking, I don't think I know which one yet. Oh, I can repeat the Zackwing trick to say that one of these two over here is a 1. Although, oh yeah, this one's not quite... Oh, this is not a diagonal. Let's see. This digit can't be a 6 because of the Dutch whisper. So by the Dutch whisper, it's at most a 5. So, and it's not a 1 by the column, so this is only a 2, 3, 4, which actually gives us a 2, 3, 4 triple in this column. 2 is too small, just to go on a Renbahn with a 5. One of these two is definitely a 4. But it could maybe be a 6 with a 4, possibly. Let's see, what's left in this column? Now that we've used 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, we've got 6, 7, 8, and 9 left. Yeah, one of these two is definitely a 9, I know, in lots of different ways. Yeah, that was right on the edge of do I want to pencil mark this or not, David. I sort of thought about it, and then I was like, it's 3 possibilities. It's not an especially nice 3 possibilities, but it is a reasonable thing, and I'll probably benefit later from the fact. Work. Oh, 6 doesn't work for a hilarious reason, I am being told. 6 would make that a 4. Oh, row 3, column 4 can't be a 6. So if this is a 6, I need these to add to 12. which would mean I would need these to add to at most 5. Right, and I have to do 6, 7, 4, 1 is what I would have to do exactly. I think it just works as 6, 7, 4, 1. By the way, there's a 1-2 pair in this row that I never previously have commented on. Stupid 4, yeah. If 4 would just stop existing for a second. Yeah, I do know one of these two is 5. Hey, Ambrose, how are you doing? Feels like this cell sees a lot of digits, but I know where 9 is in column 9. 9 in column 9 is just here, because that can't be a 9 by Sudoku looking across, and I have 2 9s looking over those. So that's a 9, and so now one of these two is a 9, and it's not that one, because if that were a 9, I would need these to be a 1-2 pair, which they can't, because that 1-2 pair is already looking down at that cell. So that's a 9. So that's a 9. Oh, I apparently have corner marked 9. How have I corner marked 9 over here? Was that real? I'm going to pretend that wasn't real. I'm not sure if it was real or not. But it is still true that that can't be 9, so that's 9. And now one of these is 9. So this is a triple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The 6 is definitely here, actually, just by the row. So that makes that a 6 as well. And this is now a naked something, a naked... I would have thought 1. No, not 1, 2, 3. A naked 5? Okay, that's quite interesting. Because now these already sum to 11. So these need to sum to a maximum of 5. So certainly that means that this is from a 1, 2, 3, 4. And definitely this arrow needs a 1 and a 2. No, sorry. See, I try and live in that ambiguity, Josh. That's the beauty of the stream, you see. Let's see. If this were a 7, I would need these two to add to 5. Okay, row 7, column 7, I'm being told might be a naked single. It sees a 1. It sees a 2. It sees a 3 there. I think it could be a 4. Can't be 5 or 6 or 7. And it looks like it could be an 8. Oh. It's also the circle of an arrow. So we have to so we can mark this 4 or 8, and we can mark this -2 or 2. But either way, it's some flavor of 2, which seems like a useful thing. So we can sort of center mark, maybe corner mark the 2 here to just indicate it's a 2 of unknown sign. Okay, so we'll fill in the 2 and the 8. Fine. So we'll put a 7 over here, an 8 there. A 3 and a 7. So these two add to 9. So that means that's not a 1 anymore, because that would be a second 8. So that's the 1. This box is missing something. It seems to be a 4. So this is 1, 4, and so this is a 2 or a 3, but it's not a 2 because of the 1, 2 there. So it's a 3, and those add to 8, making that a 4. Give me a 9 and an 8 and a 2, a 5 and a 1. A 1 and a 3, I believe. A 2 and a 1. Things are happening, folks. Things are happening. I can probably solve for this. Uh, that is 12, and I'm going for 16, so I need 4 more. So that's a 2 and a 3. Yeah, so sometimes you want to make the logic perfect and the aesthetics perfect, and sometimes you gotta let one go, and it's very difficult to decide which one to let go. There's a sort of perpetual tension, unfortunately. Uh, I think that's a 5. I think that's a 4, and that's a 6 while we're at it. That's a 2 and a 3. D-Web was correct the whole time that this couldn't be 6. D-Web had just filled in the rest of this in their head, I think is what happened. Let's see. So these are 3, 4, 6. I have the I have this 2 truths and a lie puzzle I made, and I put in testing, and it's aesthetically very nice, but one of the constraints is unnecessary to solving it, and it looks horrendous if you take out the constraint that's unnecessary, but everyone who solves it is like, did you know that constraint is unnecessary? And so I have been like unwilling to publish it on LMD just because I'm like, I neither want to remove the unnecessary constraint and make it ugly, nor leave it in and have people think about it. It's kind of tricky. I don't know. I'll eventually have to pick one probably because I like the puzzle, but Josh points out that this puzzle might have been a good place to use the curved lines that you can make in Sudoku Maker if you're into that kind of thing. I can definitely see wanting that for aesthetic reasons here. The solver must identify the unneeded rule. Unfortunately, it's like impossible for the solver not to identify the unneeded rule. Technically, it's like vaguely possible. This is a 5 by math. That is a 7, so that's not a 7. Okay, I now should ask myself if I can really make this add to 18. So I'd need to make these sum to 17, and I can't. Right. So if this is a 9, these need to add to 17, which would mean they'd have to be 8, 9. But that digit has become a 9 since then, so this is not a 9. This is a 7. That is 6 and an 8, and now we solve for math. 14 is 9 plus what? The what is 5. So apparently my 9 quarter mark over here wasn't real. 1, 2, 3. Okay, one of these is a 4. That one's a 7. These are a 4 and a 6. These are a 2 and a 5. There we go. That's a 2 and that's a 5. And these are a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So let's go ahead and fill in the 7, the 1, and the 8. I really love potpourri puzzles like this. And I've not done much with these like arrows that sum to double. I've seen them every once in a while, but they've been an interesting... I felt like we didn't need to do too much with them, but they've been an interesting little flavor add-on. Let's see. One of these is a 1, and the other one is an 8, and they're in that order. That's a 2 and a 3. These are a 4 and a 9. Gives me the 6 and the 4. Gives me the 3 and the 6 and the 4. Let's see. I think I've used all of them logically for what it's worth. It's not... There's nothing wrong with having clues that are unnecessary as long as they are useful, which these definitely were. That's the 5. 6. One of these is a 1. It's a 7. That's a 3 and a 2. Very nice puzzle there, Wario. I hope that you do get to meet. And thank you for your support of the stream. It means a lot. Alrighty. You've seen somebody not need the row 8, column 6 arrow. And there's always a complicated thing of when I test someone's puzzle and I'm like, I don't think I used this. Sometimes I have to go in the solver and like manually remove the clue and check that it's unique without it. Because like sometimes I've used it, but subconsciously. Like I've like center marked not 7 on a black dot, for example, or something like that, where like I'd say probably about half the time I complete a puzzle and I'm like, I don't think I used this clue. Probably about 50% of the time it turns out I actually did use it. I just used it in some way that was so rote that it didn't matter. And so I always have to like double check before claiming that something is unnecessary. Alrighty, I am going to take a quick break and come back and we'll do a clover puzzle. So see everyone in just a moment. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We have a Clover puzzle up next, and I do have to say Clover is one of my very favorite setters and one of my very favorite people as well. Clover has encouraged us to occasionally solve puzzles from her Patreon packs online. So I strongly encourage you to support Clover's Patreon. This is a sample of the kind of puzzles that you can find there. I will say immediately after this puzzle in that pack, there is one with exactly the same layout, but it's Renbahn instead of German Whispers. So if you want to see some really nice aesthetics and nice puzzles, I'd recommend that. Hashtag not sponsored. Just really enjoy these. So we've got our German Whispers. And then our quads. Hey, Clover, how are you doing? And this is basically perfectly timed because I'm talking to my Sudoku class this week about setting puzzles with 2 constraints and other crazy things. I'm doing quite well. I'm very impressed with the aesthetics here. That is, these are very nice. Uh, all right. So the quads, I should specify, by the way, mean that each of the digits here have appear in the surrounding cells. So, for example, here I need all of 1, 2, 3, and 4 to appear in these 4 cells, which means they're all 1, 2, 3, 4, which means that we can sort of color each of these windmill German whisper things with some lows and highs. Like that. Let's see. I know there's... Okay, so here, this 2, 3, 4. I need to fit 3 low digits around here. Only one of these two can be low. Because there's only one more low left in this row, which means that both of these are low. Which means that we've got all the lows for this row now. So I don't know how much I want to pencil mark this, and I reserve the right to immediately retreat. But these digits are all either high or 5. Because we know one of these is low. And we know that digit's a 1, right? I think our first digit is that this digit is a 1. Because if you look at where the low digits are in these 2 rows, we know that there's a 1, a 2, a 3, and a 4 here. We know there's a 2, a 3, and a 4 here. And so where's the one that I have not yet labeled? It's that one. So we can bring out Zach for the low dance, or sorry, for the 1 dance. Ba-boop, ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Let's see. So we certainly know that these are from 2, 3, 4. We can't, basically we're saying we can't possibly put a 1 on this quad, or we put too many lows into row 4 was basically the problem. Yeah, so we've got all the lows. Right. That's the other low, right? Because of the fact that this digit's now not low, just because of the blues. So this is in the high or 5 club. In fact, actually, now in this box, these are all in the higher 5 club, which I mention because it now tells me that the 1, 2, 3 on this quad aren't there. They're here. So we can do that. And so this is in the 8 or 9 club. Is very nice. Okay, yeah. And so where is the second one in these columns? Because, again, these are all not low because we've got our lows here. One of the ones is there in these 2 columns. This has got to not be 1. These are not 1 because of the quad, so that's the other 1. So that is very nice. Okay, so these I know are 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I can do the same thing with 4 in these 2 rows, right? I've got all the lows, so again, we'll do nonsense horrible coloring. Here we've got a 1, 2, 3, 4 plus a 1, 2, 3. What's left? It's a 4, which means that's a 9, which means that's an 8. Which is nice. It means one of these 2 is 9. Just by the fact that we need a 9 on this quad somewhere. Okay, so which of these can really be 4? That one's definitely not 4. Is that the only one I know is not 4? Maybe that's the only one I know is not 4. I do know. Oh, okay. Actually, sorry. No, I can just do this the old-fashioned way. Actually, I could probably do it the same way. Even I could do it the same way, couldn't I? If I wanted. All of these are not low, so they're green or high, and now these I know are 1, 2, 3. These are 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's the extra 4? It's there, making that 9. Good. And so now I can place the 4 on this quad. It has to go there, so I'll write a 1 into it, apparently. Just by Sudoku, the 4 on this quad has to go here. So that makes that a 9, which makes that a 9. It's orange. Okay, so now if I look at row 1, let's do some more coloring. In row 1, oh, I don't know why I never colored. I somehow have this cell colored as that, but the thing I was going to point out is I have 5 cells labeled as 5 or high, and there are only 5 digits that are 5 or high within a row, so these are definitely blue. Okay. This digit, actually, if you look at it, it's next to a 2 or a 3, but it's a 6 or a 7. Well, it's not a 6, so it can only be a 7 and only go next to a 2, so we can fill in those. Very nice. This digit is next to a 7, so it's a 1 or a 2, and it's not a 1, so it's a 2. We are happy with our 2. This digit's also blue because we've got our 5 high or orange digits in this box. I love Clover puzzles. Let's see. I was debating if I know that's a 4. I do know that's a 4, just by the 4 in the row, right? The 4 gets placed there by Sudoku. Oh, or by the quad. So I was looking if I could prove that this was a 4, and there were 2 completely different ways that I could prove it was a 4. So it's probably a 4. I'm also noticing that 1 sees all of these cells on this quad except this one. And now those are a 2, 3 pair, so that's a 1 by quad stuff. I might as well mark that these are a 2, 3 pair. So the 1 on this quad is here. Let's see. I know there's a 4 down here somewhere. Let's see. I don't quite have all of those. I know one of those is an 8. Okay, this isn't a 6 or a 9 or a 7. This is a naked 8. It's not a 6 because it's next to a digit that's not 1, and it's not a 7 or a 9 just by virtue of these. So now that actually means that this actually is an 8 just by the 8 on the quad, as I saw pointed out. See, I know one of these 2 is a 9. I know one of these 2 is an 8. I know that this is a 2, which makes that a 3, which makes that a 2, which makes that a 3, which makes that a 2 and a 3. So this is an 8 now because of the 3. Owing to that. This is a 4 just by the column. Let's see. I think we know all the blues now. One of these 2 is a 2. I don't think I know which one. I do know that this is 1 or 3. I know that this is 1 or 2. We've got our 5 marks there. Nemefish says this exactly as I was about to say it. These 5 are all 5 are orange, so these 2 are blue. So that makes these a 1, 2 pair, which makes these a 3, 4 pair, whose order is, I think, as of yet unknown to us. Let's see. We can place 8 in row 7. That's a good call because the 8's by Sudoku. Place it there. So this is a 6 or a 7. It's probably a 6. It would be kind of a waste to put a 7 between 2 1s, but you know, sadly that's not quite logic. That's just sort of vibes. One of these 2 is a 9. It would be a real waste to put a 9 between a 1 and a 1, 2, but Let's see. We do know there's a 6, 7. Ah, so this is a 5. There we go. That's gonna help a lot because this digit is high or 5, but it's not 6, 7, 8, or 9. So this is a 5. There we go. So that gives us a bunch of cells that are now not green anymore because they see a green digit. Because there's only one green digit, remember, and it is everyone's favorite digit. Okay, so that means these are blue. It means that is the green digit in this box. These aren't green anymore by that fiviness. One of these is 8. That seems to be green as well. Okay, so one of these is 5, right? So one of these is definitely 5. So neither of these are 5. That one, because I just never uncolored it for some reason. Oh, I never uncolored this one either, apparently. Which actually finishes the coloring in this box. Making that a 5. This is now the only place for this 5. These aren't green anymore. In fact, actually, the 5 is just Sudoku placed there. These aren't 5 anymore. And so we have also Sudoku placed this 5. How do you like the term Sudoku placed? Do we like the term Sudoku placed? Let's see. This is a Sudoku placed 5. Okay, there we go. So this is not. There we go. Okay, so that's all the 5s. Okay, good. So we're rewarded for our coloring. Let's see. So these are from. Oh, these just are 6, 9. I was going to say these are from, but they in fact literally are 6, 9. That's a 7 for the row, making that a 6. Okay, so this is now a naked 6 and 7, just to fill those in. Let's see. This is definitely a 6 or a 7. Yeah, not only is this grid obscenely symmetric, it's even more impressive. Clover set a puzzle with exactly this arrangement, with slightly different quads. Quads in the same place, though, but with Renbon instead. So at first I looked at it and I was like, oh no, Clover did not seriously make a doppel of this. But it's not quite a doppel because the digits on the quads are different, but the aesthetics of it are amazing. Okay, I know one of these two is an 8 for lots of reasons. Let's see. Do I know anything about 1s? Not so much yet. One of these is 6 and the other is 8. Oh, 8 is definitely placed on this quad. Thank you. Very nice. Okay, so that is the 8 on this quad. This is now orange by the column, which makes this blue by the box, and it's a 3, which makes that a 3 by Sudoku. One of these is a 2, but it is impossible to know which one. That's a 4, though. That's a 1, giving me the 3 and the 4. So that's a 3. These are 1, 2. Let's see. Okay, so these are 9 and 6. For what it is worth. I'm apparently losing my voice. Let's see. Could be like anything. Okay, these are 7, 8. Oh, this is just a 7. How about that? That is just a 7. So one of these two is a 7, and that's a 9. Which I guess tells me, quote unquote, that those two aren't 9. These are 2 and 4, and I'm probably not putting the 4 on the whisper next to the 7. So that gives me the 1 and the 2. This is a naked 1 because it sees 2, 3, and 4. I realize I didn't highlight them in the correct order, but I will let you figure that out. Let's see. I need to put a 2 in this column, and it's not going there, so it's going there, which makes that orange and blue and orange, finishing our coloring. So there is a 7 and a 4. Let's see, 7, 8. So this is a 6 or a 9, but it's not a 6 because it's next to a 2, the interloping 2. I love the interloping 2, I'll be honest. I really thought this was going to be a 6. That is the twist. Let's see, row 4, column 9 looks like a 9. It's not a 6 or an 8. So it's a 7 or a 9. Let's see. This is a 6. Oh, this is not a 9. So this is just a 6, which makes that a 9 and a 6. This is a 7 or a 9, and it's not a 9. So that's a 7 and a 9. I agree. It does look like a 9. After further study, I agree. It looks very 9-ish. Let's see. That's an 8, a 7, and a 6. And wonderful as always in all of the assorted categories. So thank you, Clover, for giving permission to do some of the puzzles from your packet. And again, if you would like to get a bunch of these puzzles every month, I'd encourage you to support Clover on Patreon, where you can get more stuff like this. Clover, I think, is like one of those setters that you can always tell when it's a Clover puzzle. Because there's just a certain flow and aesthetic and everything that just is uniquely hers. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be right back with further Sudoku shenanigans. So see everyone in just a moment. Welcome back, everyone. I have pulled up here a Nicholas Duhal puzzle. Nicholas Duhal puzzle? Uh, uh, Again, that uses the, at least to me, I associate it with 99% sneaky. I'm not sure if it's original to 99% sneaky, but uses the odd lots and even lots mechanic. So a yellow circle tells you how many odd digits appear on a line. Blue square tells you how many even digits appear on the line. And then we have a handful of flavors of line. We have Renbon, the best of the best. We have modular, the worst of the worst. And then we have entropic and German whispers. So the entropic lines just need to have one of each high, mid, and low. And these things have you'll die on the hill of Renbon isn't a line constraint. Oh, tell me more. I say the opposite. I say that Renbon is a line constraint and German whispers isn't a line constraint. I'd say German whisper is a domino constraint that just has a bunch of dominoes strung together. But I guess maybe you and I pick different parts of what makes a line constraint a line constraint. But this fascinates me and is the kind of philosophical nonsense that I enjoy. All right. Yeah, to me, that's what a line constraint is, David, is this set of cells satisfies this thing. If it's only about a pairwise relationship between cells. So, like, to me, entropic lines just barely meet the definition of a line constraint because you do care about cells that are 2 away. But let's see. Okay, so these are 7 in size. I would say that to me, killer is close to a line constraint. I think I've said this before on stream. I think killer would be an infinitely nicer mechanic if the way it was implemented was that you drew in a line and put a number on the line. Because I think killer cages are the ugliest aesthetic thing that exists in Sudoku. And I think it would be used a lot more if it was not. So there's 2 problems with it. One, I think killer cages are inherently ugly. But second, even if you disagree with that, the aesthetic of killer cages clashes horribly with the aesthetic of every other Sudoku mechanic. And so, like, all the other Sudoku things look pretty with their own and most of them blend well together, but killer just doesn't. And I think it would be good for the world if there were an aesthetic version of killer cages that naturally fit into any puzzle. Let's see. Link. Tristan, can you put a link in the chat? So the nice thing is that these numbers sum to 7 on each of our sort of exterior lines around here. This one, though, I think we know what it is. This one's definitely a 2 because as a Renbon, this thing needs to have 2 odds and 2 evens. So this is a 2. And so let us do the 2 dance. Dooka, dooka, dooka. Ba-doop, ba-doop. Dooka, dooka, dooka. Ba-doop, ba-doop. Dooka, dooka, dooka. Ba-doop, 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 ba-doop. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, that's 100% why it is, Jaleb, is because I think killer started early on. And I think if you're doing pure killer puzzles, it doesn't look that bad. I mean, the original killer puzzles, remember, all had cages that covered literally the entire grid, which is its own somewhat interesting choice. Uh, but it is very possible to make a pure killer puzzle where the grid looks very symmetrical. It's just sort of the mix. But yeah, these have to be a 3-4 pair as well, for the same reason, which is very nice. This is definitely low, I'll say, because there's only 4 digits on the thing. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4. These are from 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's not a 6, because it would make these two both 1. I guess I know that these are pull if Renbon are a line constraint. Let's see. Let's see. How do I do this? I think I click this. Start a poll. Let's see. Okay, let's start with Renbon. Are Renbon a line constraint? Start poll. Renbon isn't a line constraint, but Nabner is. Let's see. Does it say all possible yellow squares and blue squares are given, or yellow circles and blue squares? I don't think it does. I think 10 lines are among the liniest of lines in my mind. Yes. And I think Clover would also, I think, agree, based on what Clover said, that 10 lines are among the liniest of lines, because the order of the line is relevant. And I think that was part of the complaint about the Renbon, is that you can draw the same Renbon in different ways and it has the same meaning, which I can understand, that like a line is communicating information that a set of cells is not. But that information might be irrelevant. Yeah, okay. So if I sort of color this, Garian is pointing out, this is not 7, because if this was 7, it would be saying that all of the digits on this are odd, but that would be the problem. The problem with that is that this would have to be... Wait, no, this could be a 7 and a 9, couldn't it? Oh, no, the problem with this being a 7 is that makes that digit a 0. That's also a problem. We can hypothesize... says Garian says, it's not so much that we can't put a 0 in this cell. The real problem is that 0 is then one of the 7 odd digits that we're counting, but it's not. So that's a problem. So this is certainly mid. Certainly not high. And in this case, if this digit's a 7, we have a somewhat sharper problem, which is that if this is 7, then it's counting 7 as even, so that's not going to work. And so therefore we can say, okay, well, this isn't high and this isn't high. So this isn't high and this isn't high. And so therefore this is high. Also, these aren't 3, 4 because there's a pair looking down. So since these two add to 7, this also isn't 3, 4 by virtue of that, which is very nice. I will give you that 10 lines are linear than region sum lines, though. That is fair. Because region sum lines you can redraw in a couple different ways, but the shape can matter. But yeah, let's see. Okay, so one of these digits I know is a 3. This is also a 7, 8, 9. That's true. And that's also a 7, 8, 9. That's true. certainly this is only at most. Okay, so this is definitely low, actually, because this can't be 4 for the same reason we keep talking about. Because if this was a 4, it would be counting 4 as odd. And so this is, in fact, the low digit. So that's a 1, 2, 3. If this was a 3, that's a 3. Ah, yes, yes, yes. What cells? This is a great spot from Juan. Where are 4, 5, and 6 in this row? They're a flat out hidden triple. Oh no, they're not quite, but they almost are because they're in these cells, but they're in at most one of these two. Well, sorry, they're in exactly one of these two. One of these two is 4, 5, 6. Therefore, both of these are 4, 5, 6. So it's a hidden virtual triple or some nonsense like that. Yeah, hidden virtual triple. I don't know. We also know that there's 2 highs in here. These can't be high. Because if these are both high, then I get a 7, 8, 9 quadruple in the row. So, in fact, these are highs. So that gives me that this digit is a 6, which is going to be our 6. Oh, sorry, no, we already did an answer for this puzzle. Sorry, Zach. I can't overwork Zach. So that's a 1. So this is not 1 or 6. So that's not 1 or 6, because remember, these add to the number. I know that was very helpful of a description. Okay, and so then this is my 7, 8, 9. That's a 7, 8, 9. This is a 6, 7, 8, 9. And these are from 2, 3. In fact, they're just a flat out 2, 3 pair, actually, which removes 7 from this cell because 7 can't go next to a 3. This 2, 5 pair is in this box, so this isn't 2 or 5, and that's not 5, points out Nemafish, which is very helpful. Oh, this can't be a 6 either, points out Emma, because of the 2, 3 next to it now. I had not originally done the Sudoku. Let's see. Do I know which of these is 2 and which of these is 5? And the answer is almost certainly yes. And then the question is, do I know which is 2 and which is 5 in a way that doesn't hurt my head to think about? And that I'm less confident about. This can't be 1, right? Because that digit is now odd and has been odd for some time. So this being 1 doesn't work. This has got to be a 2 or a 3. Very nice. This can't be 4 because it would then need to go next to an even digit, which doesn't work. Which I think Emma pointed out some time ago, and I didn't understand it, but I understand it now. Okay, these I know I might as well write in are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I know that one's not 1, so I know that one's not 6. For what it's worth. Oh, there's a 2, 3 pair in the column, points out David, so it's only 1, 4, or 5. So if this is a 5, then that digit is an 8. Oh, right. That I should clean up means that this is not 4 or 5. This is only 2, 3, or 6. Ah, yeah, that's also a good point. If these were 2, 5, those are the same modularity, but they're in the wrong spot to be in the same modularity, Ambrose points out. So that is very good. So that's not 2, and that's not 5. Yes, very, very nice. I like that a lot. Right. This tells me that this is 147, and this is 147. And this 3, 6 tells me that that is 3, 6, 9. It's not a 3, though. And these are 2, 5, 8. That one's not a 2, though. Nine in this row, if it's not here, it goes on the Renban, is just interesting to note. Yeah, if this is a 1, then that's a 6. So then the 6 is the only even digit, and every other digit is odd. Those could be a 1, 7. That would be fine. But one of these is definitely even, is the point. So I can't make both of these 5. So one of them is definitely even. And one of these is definitely even. So that's a minimum of 2 evens. So this can't be a 1. So it's got to be a 4 and a 3, which gives me a 3 and a 4. Which means that, in fact, there is no 9 on this Renban, because if there were a 9 on the Renban, the poll is indeed a philosophical question. But yeah, the 9 can't go on here anymore, because if the 9 did go on here, it would be backwards. There would be 4 odds and 3 evens. So that's a 9. So that's not. So that's not a 4 anymore. That's not a 4. This is an incredibly lovely aesthetic for a puzzle, much like the previous one, actually. It's got sort of a windmill kind of flavor. Let's see. Oh, yeah, the 4 in this row, Emma points out, needs to get placed, and it can't repeat on the Renban, so it's got to go there. That's the only place it can go. Is 8 too large? No, 8 is not too large to go here. Let's see. I certainly know that this is at most 4. Oh, and it's not 4. Why is... Oh, that's a 4 in a box. So this is another 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's a recurring issue with the fact that you in Sudoku puzzles mostly make things at right angles. AFK. My first CTC feature. That's what everyone said about the grid. Uh, see, 2 in row 7, column 1. Oh, okay. So 2 in row 7, column 1 forces 2 8s in row 9 on that line. Yes. Right. So I guess maybe said the other way, if this is a 5, then I only get one more odd digit other than the 5. And that one more odd digit is that one, through the mechanism of this nonsense. I think I believe that, but I haven't found a way to say it that I'm happy with. Uh, okay, I'm certainly happy to say at least one of these is odd, and exactly one of those is odd. So there's at least two odds. Uh, but unfortunately, at least two odds doesn't quite tell me what is happening. Let's see. That's what I was trying to avoid using Emma was that because I could prove the claim using that, but it was a look ahead that did not involve the nature of the constraint or anything like that. Uh, right. These are opposite high mid lowity is the point. That's the key. So the low out of these two is odd. So now, if I count odds, I can do this elegantly. The low is a 1 or a 3 out of these two cells. So that's one odd. One of these two is odd because 8 is the only even in them. And one of these two is odd. That's 3 odds already. And therefore, I need this to be a 5 and that to be a 2. I like that a lot. Okay, so now there's a 5 on this Renbon somewhere. I'm not going to corner mark it, but I am going to remove 5 from that cell so that later I can ask, did I really prove that that wasn't 5? And then chat can say, yes, you did. Maybe, possibly, I don't know. That's just how we do it around here. So now that's a 4. I guess I could have even filled that in. That's a 1 because I actually know now the thingy. Uh, Clover was saying that Renbon isn't a line constraint because lines, part of the information contained in a line is an order, and Renbon don't care about the order. Which is funny to me because I always say that German Whisper aren't a line constraint because it's actually just a series of domino constraints between two particular cells. And it was very funny to me that we both had philosophical opinions about the nature and purpose of reality, as concerned specifically Renbon. Oh, that's all the evens, by the way. So these aren't 8. But it was actually, it's funny because I think both of us have a different sense of what the internal or what it is that makes something fundamentally a line constraint. Okay, so that's the 8, by the way. So that's the 9. That's not a 9. Oh, so that bounces up here and gives me a 6 and a 2, it would seem. So that is a 3. I do think that, yeah, you tend to see things as or you tend to see things as lines showing up because, well, we make lots of things lines, and the more things that you make lines, the more the aesthetic of puzzles that you combine wants to have lines. Yeah, I guess one way I could phrase what to me is the core of a line constraint is if it's only a line constraint if you can't extend it without breaking logic that you already have, which would, I suppose, like that would be the harshest version, which would make entropic not a it would make entropic not a line because you can always extend entropic lines if you want the sort of like the most restrictive definition. Let's see. The 3 on this is... Oh, the 3 on this line is just placed. It's there. Because that 3 sees that 3, and that 3 sees that 3. If this is 1, these are all even. Is that even possible? I don't know. That wasn't intended to be a pun, by the way. It just happened. What can I say? Okay, so one of these two is a 4. I don't think I know anything about that. Right. This has every even. That's a good way to fill in that 4. And so in particular, this has a 2. Yeah, I stopped short of noticing that. So that's a 1 and that's a 3, which means that's an 8. Uh, this is now an 8 or a 9, which does not immediately help me. Okay, so now this is 1, 4, or 7, but it can't be 1 or 7. It's just a 4 because it has to be odd and be 1, 4, 7. So it is uh-oh. No, it has to be. No, it doesn't have to be anything. Sorry, I understand. Sorry, that's the square. There's one even digit along here, not one odd digit. Because there is a 4 clue Screaming Ice Cube that says that it has 4 even digits on it, and therefore that is why we know that. Oh, okay. This has 4 even digits on it already, so it can't have any more even digits, and so therefore that's odd. So that's a 5. This is a 1, 7, or an 8. Yes, yes, yes. The Renbon goes from 2 to 8, and therefore it has a 7 on it, which is definitely in row 1, points out Emma, and Garion as well. So therefore that's a 1. Okay, now we're sort of in the funny position that happens a lot where now this Renbon doesn't do anything anymore. Oh, that's a 7-8 pair, which seems to have made that a 9. There's now... Yeah, this will be correct regardless of what I make it, funnily enough. I still need one of these to be a 4, which I still don't think I know anything about. Let's see. There's certainly a 6 in this box somewhere, and there sure is. Oh, this 3 is placed by Sudoku here. Just for the record. by pure Sudoku placed. This is modularly naked, is being pointed out. So basically, I'm just being encouraged to say, okay, what's left in the column is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And so this is a... well, it's not a 1 or a 7 because it's next to a 1, 4, 7 on the modular line. So this is a naked 6. So that's a 6 and a 7. I agree with that take. And so this is a 2, 5, 8. But we already have our one even number on this line. So this can't be an 8. It's got to be a 5. And then this is 3, 6, 9, but it's got to be odd. So it's got to be 3 or 9, but it can't be 3, so it's 9. Which makes that a 7 and a 9 and a 7. By pure Sudoku placed indeed. Okay, so that's an 8 and a 7. Two of my students were arguing the other day because one of them kept saying that something was placed by Sudoku, and the other kept saying, it's a Sudoku puzzle, that doesn't tell me anything. Which is very amusing to me. If this is a 1, that's a 1. The ticket to ride is a train game style of determining what is a line constraint. I say I have to respect that style. I'm definitely not against it. Peach lines are entropic, yes. So that's not low, or sorry, not high is what you're saying. So this is high. I see. This is 4, 5, or 6, and it happens to not be a 4. We need 3 odds. So either that's a 6 XOR that's an 8. Although I guess you get to debate whether you prefer to pronounce XOR as XOR or XOR. Okay, so these are a 1, a 2, not 3, 4, 5, 6, and then a 7, 8, and 9. That's too many digits. Oh, 7, 8, but not 9. So this is a naked 1 is what we're saying, apparently. I will trust it and never look back. So now that's a 7. That's the only place that 7 can go in the row. Which doesn't actually seem useful in any way, shape, or form, but technically it's a digit, so we'll accept it. I mean, I guess I can write in that these are from 1, 4, 5 for sure, and that one's not a 1, and that one's not a 5. I don't know that I feel the happiest about that. What are you going to do? Oh, I see J40's point from way earlier. J40 pointed out earlier, and I didn't understand it at the time, that if this digit is 4, this digit is also 4. Just by Sudoku. So, like, this digit, or alternatively, if you just think about it, this digit is placed there because it's a 4 or a... Oh, sorry, no, sorry, it's not true. But what J40 said was true, which is that if this is a 4, it definitely puts a second 4 on the Renban, which makes that a 5, which does make that a 4. But my attempted rephrasing of the point did not succeed. These are 5, 6 in the other one, which is 2, I want to say. So that's the 2. So that's a 1 and a 4 and a 1. 5, 6, 8, 9. I should set a puzzle with this this constraint for an example puzzle for my Sudoku packet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so these are 2, 5, and 6, and we know what they all are, actually. 2, 6, and 5, and 8, and 2. Okay, so these are now known to be... One of them is 6, and the other is 8. And those go in an order, which makes that a 1. Now, looking back over, these are now... Well, one of them's a 2, and it's that one. And one of them's a 9, and it's that one. If I finish column 1... Let me finish the other octuple before I finish column 1, but I see how column 1 will give me that. That's a 4. Yeah, so column 1 has a 6 or an 8 to go, but that 6 tells me that that's the 8 and that's the 6. And the 8. Like that. So these are a pair of... one of them's a 5, and it's that one. One of them's a 7, and it's that one. So one of these two is a 7. Oh, this is an 8 or a 9 that's not a 9, which is the best kind of 8 or 9. So that makes that a 6 and a 5 via that counting circle. And I guess it's not a trademarked kind of counting circle. Another kind of circle that counts things. I guess, though, this would fall under Isaiah's thing. Is a circle that counts things a counting circle? Or is it only a counting circle if it comes from the Dorlier region of France? I'm not sure. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. One of these is a 4. Let's see. We've got 5, 6. One of them is a 7. One of them is an 8. One of them is a 9. So that is a 7, a 9, a 4, and an 8. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So those are 6, 7. So that is a 4 and a 5. Let's see. This is... I was thinking champagne, but cognac I think is the same thing. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that is a 6 and a 3 and a 7 and an 8 and a 7 and a 6. And these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So that is a 6, a 9, a 3, and a 1. Lovely, lovely puzzle there to Nicholas. Yes. If you drink a huge glass of champagne or cognac, you will be approximately equally drunk. I think that is what we were learning. Alrighty, let me take a quick break. What is your answer to is palindrome a line constraint? I'm curious. I think by my definition it would be actually, but I guess not by my stricter definition. But that's a good question. But when I come back, we will hear Playmaker's hot take about why palindrome is or is not a line constraint. So be back in just a moment. Welcome back. Oh, wrong button. Let's welcome back with this button instead. Next up, we have a James Sinclair Roggen puzzle. So if you're not familiar with Roggen puzzles, it means that every clue in the grid has to be wrong. Also, in case you are wondering why there is a 13 cage in a Roggen puzzle, in a 6x6, it is because this is a look and say cage, so it's would be saying there's 1 3 in here, so there isn't 1 3. So we either have to put 2 3s in here or 0 3s. 2 3s is going to be problematic, so we can't. So we're actually going to have to put the 3 in one of these. But this digit needs to be even because it's got an odd circle. 3 3s would also work. This is 1 3 5. This is an X sum for 21, so if it was a 6, it would be 21. So we can fill in the 1 2 3 4 5. This 3 quadruple is actually very useful. I haven't figured out what the SK is, but I haven't thought about it yet. The SK is skyscraper, I see. Is DS diagonal sum? I can't find it. I don't know if the rules say what DS is. So the 3 is over here, though, which tells me that these digits aren't 3. Okay, someone else saw it. Diagonal sum. Okay, good. So that is a 3. That is our digit. We can bring out Zach for the 3 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop ba-doop. Ba-doop ba-doop. Ba-doop ba-doop. Wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Yes, my Achilles heel is definitely looking at long lists of text and skimming. This is a skyscraper. I did see that one. There's the 3 there. These aren't exactly 4 6. There is a 3 here, so these don't include a 2 or a 4, so I can write this as 1 3 5 6 are the only digits that I'm actually allowed to have here. So 2 and 4 are here. The XS is an X sum, but if you want, you can completely ignore it because all it tells us is that this digit isn't a 6. That digit's not a 2 by the numbered rooms clue over here. So this is anything but 2. Well, it's not a 3 either. These 2 digits aren't the same. So 2 and 4 need to be on opposite sides of this thing. So so if there's a 2 here, there's a 4 here. Could I put a 2 4 here? Sorry, I could put a 2 4 here. Yeah, they could both go on the X, right? So at least one of 2 and 4 is there. This digit can't be a 5. It can't be a 3 either. But if this were a 5, the skyscraper clue would definitely be correct. Yeah, okay, so yeah, so if we think about where the 2 4 go in the box, the 2 4 in the box don't go here, they don't go here, and they don't go here. So there's like so they could diagonally go this way. But But basically, the point is if this digit was 2, 4, I can't place the other 2, 4 in the box, is the way to say this. So this can't be 2, 4. So this is everything but 2, 4, and it's not 3 either. Oops, I took out the wrong thing. So it's 1, 5, or 6. Right, this can't be 6 because that would be that would make the skyscraper true. 57 thorns because it's a Roggen puzzle. So the look and say cage saying it has 1, 3 has to be wrong. Okay, so yeah, so this is a 1 or a 5, so this can't be a 1 or a 5. So this is always a 2, 4, or 6. That's 2 2, 4, 6s. This isn't a 1 or a 5 either because of the same things. This is not a 1 or a 5 or 3. So this is a 2, 4, 6. So that's actually all the 2, 4, 6s in the column. So these are 1, 3, 5. We know that one's not a 3. And we know there's a 2 on this X because if there isn't, it sums to 10, which tells me there's no 2 up there. And that's not a 2. Okay, now this is always a 4 or 6. So that can't be a 5 because it would make the Renbon true. So that's always a 1, making that a 5. Now this can't be a 4 because those would sum to 5. So this is a 6. Making that a 4. Oops. Making these 2 6. That's not a 6. These are a 3 5. What are these? These are the 2 4. Oops, sorry. Center mark 2 4. These are a 5 6. So by the way, that is a 1 and a 4 over there. Okay, this is a 2. Okay, so these are 3, 4, 6, except you can't put a 3 and a 6 next to each other, so there's definitely a 4 in there. These are 1, 2, 5. I definitely can't make this a 1 because it'll make what I assume is a between line correct, but I probably should double check that it's really a between line. And not, yeah, it's a between line. So a 1 here would make this correct for sure. So that's not a 1. A 5 here would also make it correct for sure. So that's not a 5. So we can do that. This digit can't be odd. It's got to be even. So it's 2, 4, or 6. Yeah, so if this is a 6, it makes the skyscraper true. I see a couple people pointing out in chat. So that's a 5 and that's a 6 to make the skyscraper be a 3. So that's not a 5. Let's see. These numbers over here are 1, 3, 5. One of these is a 6. I have a feeling I know which one it's going to be, but we'll find out. The 1 by Sudoku is in one of these 2 cells. Yes, if this digit is 5, it's being pointed out that if this digit is 5, that digit's also 5, just by Sudoku, because one of these 2 cells is 5. So I must avoid that outcome. And so therefore that digit is 5. Just by the 1, 3 pair in the row. Okay. There's a row 2 pair, right? Okay, sorry. So that's a 5. I understand now what people are saying by pair in the row, and I kept saying, like, yeah, I got the 1-3 pair in the row to give me that was a 5, but that's not the pair people were talking about. Okay. It is worth noting that this modular line is either a 1-4 pair, or a 2-5 pair, or a 3-6 pair. Those are the only possibilities for the modular line to be wrong. Just to note that it is quite restricted. Let's see. So if this was a 5, that would have to be a 2, but that looks like that would be okay. This is a 1, that would have to be a 4, but that looks like that would be okay. It is true. This digit's definitely not a 1. Which places the 1 in the column. I see. Yeah. So if this digit is a 1, the 6 goes here by sudoku, and now we've made a true arrow. So this digit's not a 1. And so, yeah, the other way to see it, I guess, the nicer way to see it than the way I said it, is that we have a Zackwing on 1. So one of these two is a 1, but we've just argued it's not that one. I guess I say the nicer way to say it. It's really just a separate deduction. That's a 1. So yeah, I guess like that would have separated it into corner marking the 1 into these two places and then arguing that this wasn't a 1, which maybe would have been nicer. So that being a 1 means that's a 2. So now that's a 1. That is not a 2. Okay, let's see. This is a 3, 4, or 6, and it's not a 6, actually, because if this was a 6, the thermo would be right. So that's a 6. And so that's the 4 and the 3 by previous notes. So you get all of that. This certainly isn't a 2, for what it's worth. Oh, I can place... Oh, I can almost place 4 in the box, right? I can't quite... So now I can write in that this is either a 5 with a 2 or a 3 with a 6, but I don't think that does anything for me right away. Garion is arguing I should just write in all the possibilities for this digit. So it's not 1, 4, and 5 by sudoku, and it's not 2 or 3 by that. And so this is a naked 6. It was going to be a while before I looked for the naked 6. Okay, so now the 3 in the box is placed, because if there was a 3 on this modular line, it would have to go with a 6, and it can't anymore. So that's the 3, giving me the 4, 2, 4, 3, 2, 5, 3. 5. One of these is a 2, and it's that one. That's a 4, and that's a 6. Lovely, lovely creation / monstrosity there to James. I think this does like the best thing you can do with a Roggen puzzle in terms of aesthetics, which is that sort of aesthetically you're stuck with the fact that your Roggen puzzle is not going to look as nice as you hope it will, but you can sort of lean into the mess. And I think this is a beautiful way of sort of leaning into the mess of what this looks like by using every constraint once and all of these sorts of things. This is a very nice Roggen puzzle. I will say 6 by 6 is a great size for setting ridiculous ideas. Ridiculous ideas can lose some of their enjoyment in a 9 by 9. Alrighty, but I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back soon with more puzzles. So see you all in just a moment. Alrighty, welcome back. We're going to do a sudoku pack by Blackjack Fitz. Fill each digit from 1 through, or fill each cell with a digit from 1 through 9. Okay, so it's not 1 through 6. It's actually 1 through 9. So this is like a mean mini sudoku. And so if you've not seen this before, every row and column needs to have exactly n different digits where n is its row and column number. And so in particular, that means that all of these cells are always exactly the same digit. Let's see, this is 9 different digits. Yellow in this cage has to be in one of these places, I guess. What do I do with that? 28 and 5 doesn't sound very useful. I guess I do know that there are only yeah, I mean, I guess I could say, like, this color is, like, not yellow, so I could make it green, and then I know that these are a yellow-green pair. For example, if I wanted to do that, I don't know if that's the road I want to go down yet. But yes, yellow definitely appears in one of these cells. Okay, so let's actually do that. So yellow does have to appear in one of these 3 cells, and in one of these 3 cells. Because this row only has 3 different digits, and these are 3 different digits, but yellow is one of the digits. And so by the plus shape, that actually has to be yellow. And so if I do make that green and that green, that's kind of interesting in its own right. This can't be green, so we could make that blue, and we know that's blue because of the fact that I can't repeat blue in this, or sorry, I have to make this yellow or blue, and I can't repeat yellow in the last column. Let's see. So row 2, column 2, right, is not blue or green, so it must be yellow. I agree. Let's see. We know this is a yellow-green pair. I probably at some point I'm going to have to actually think about, like, the math of this. Yeah, the, like, mean mini sudoku. I don't think I've ever done a mean mini sudoku before. I have been trying to set some sudoku recently. Oh, I can actually turn on row column labels, by the way. Do we know this cell isn't green? Yes, we do know that this cell isn't green, is the answer. In fact, actually, don't we know that this cell's green? Because where is green going in column 6? Green in column 6 is not repeating in the cage, it's not yellow, and it's not repeating in row 6. So yeah, we actually know that that cell's green, and we likewise know that that cell's blue. Oh! Dagnammit. There are 9 digits in 6 cells, so we don't even have to put it in column 6. Horrible. Reprehensible. So yeah, but I do agree that these two are the same new color because it's not yellow by the column and it's not green by the cage. And these two are also a new color for the same reason. And so I guess we know that this is a new color. Why does this have to be red, Carl? I know it's not yellow or blue. Because of the cage sum. Yeah, I certainly see that it has to be red or green. And I see that this likewise has to be orange or blue. Because I know these are yellow-green, and I know these are yellow-blue. Yeah, okay, so yeah, so that's a good way to... so yeah, yellow plus green is a maximum of 10. And so what Carl is pointing out is if I make this green, then this cage sums to yellow plus green plus blue. That makes blue a minimum of 10. So this can't be green. It, in fact, is red. And probably... Yeah. And so yellow plus blue sums to a minimum of 11. And so I can't make this blue, or we'd run into the same problem. So yeah, so that beautifully reverses into these sorts of things. Yeah, yellow is certainly a maximum of 3. Sorry, a minimum of 3 by this cage. But I don't see why it can't be bigger than that. Because I don't see why this can't be like 812 or something presently. Oh, right. Okay, yes. Okay, yes. So if you add all the digits together once each, you get 28. If you add all the digits together but include yellow twice, then you get 31, and therefore yellow is 3. I agree. So we get to put a lot of 3s in the grid. Very nice. Good spotting, by the way. That would have taken me a bit to figure out. I loved the simultaneous 3 3s spraying from the corner. It was very nice. I've never had that before. So yeah, so this is 389, and this is 389, and we know that one's not the 3. This is 3 and something else. 3 and 2 digits that add to 8. But I don't think I know which 2 digits that add to 8 it is, other than that it's not 3 and 5. Yeah, I know this is 789, right? Yeah, these we know are 89. This is certainly 789. So there's no 8-9 in this. So this is a 5-7 cage, right? The 12 cage, because it doesn't have an 8 or a 9 in it. So this is 4, 6, or 8. Right. Those are 8, 9. So this can't be 8 or 9. It's got to be 7, which makes that 8. Oh, yeah, it's probably not 8. I agree. Ah, yes, all the reds are 8. That's true. All the blues are 9. Also true. Uh, this can be a few things. Uh, I do agree this goes with 1, 3. Couldn't I repeat the 3 there and make that happen? Yeah, so these are either 1, 7 or 2, 6. Uh, this row, unfortunately, I don't think I quite know that. Not 1, 7. Right. Not 1, 7 by the big cage. Right. Very nice. Okay, yeah, so I keep forgetting the big cage, but the big cage does a lot. Right, so these add to 8 because of that cage. And so they need to be 2, 6 now because they don't use a 3. So this is now 2, 3, 6, and we know that one's not the 3. Those 2 are 6 as well. Okay, so now that tells me that this is a 4, which tells me that that's a 5, so that's a 7, and that's a 3. That 3 is the repeat, so if you want to sort of continue our coloring, we know that 3 is yellow. So that's our repeat for the column. So this is, in fact, the 9. And that's the 3. We've already got our repeat for this row. So this is either a 1 or a 5. Let's see. People are pointing out I can write in this quadruple. So they're 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. So they're 1, 3, 4, 5. And in that universe, that one's a 1. So that's a 4. So these are 3, 5. But I can't put another 3 in this row. We've already got our repeat. So that's a 5, which makes that a 6. By the way, this can't be another 3, so that's got to be a 2, which is going to be green, therefore. So orange is going to be 6. That's going to be 3. That's going to be 6. That's going to be 2. And this is a 3. Very nice. This is the sudoku that started it all. While not technically the first sudoku ever made, it was made the next day and really put sudoku on the map. Of course, at the time, I hadn't even come up with the name sudoku. It wasn't until watching the Cracking the Cryptic feature that I discovered that in these puzzles you can't always do sudoku, but you can always do sudoku, and thus the name was born. Okay, we can carry on the sudoku puzzle pack with this. And there's apparently a full-size version. Who knew? I feel like I've done this one before. Maybe not. We might or might not have done this exact puzzle before, but this is the next one in the pack, right? Yeah, this is the next one in the pack. I have a weird feeling that I've done exactly this before, but I don't know. Fill cells with a digit. Maybe I did a 9x9 version of this. So same rule, sudoku rules. A digit in a circle indicates exactly how many circles contain that digit. So the Dorlier circles from the Dorlier region of France, as mentioned earlier, and cells separated by an X sum to 10. So 1, 2, 3. I'm just doing the whole pack. So if you bury something in a pack, I've even done some of some of Playmaker's overlapping killer cages puzzles and packs before. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay, so there are 19 total circles, so we need to put numbers summing to 19 in them. This number certainly needs to be at least a 3, is a good sort of starting point for that, I think. Now, if yellow is exactly 5, this would work. Yellow's definitely... Oh, no, I was going to say yellow's at most 5, but I don't know that because it's possible that the other digit in this column is 5 and that this is a double 5. I think that is possible. Let's see, but all of those are yellow. These are all yellow or some other color. Which is interesting. We are allowed to repeat a 5 in here. I guess we could like try and do math on the fact that all these X's are in circles in some crazy way. Yes. Okay, there we go. That's the right way to say it. So that's the right way to do the math. If these two X's don't contain repeats, then the digits in circles already sum to 20, and 20 is more than 19, which is the sum of digits in circles. So one of these is a 5. So there is a repeat 5 in this column. And it's not yellow. So we've got 2 5s here. And yellow is not 5. So, yeah, so 5s are in circles. So, yeah, so there's 5s in circles. There's 2 digits that aren't 5 that add to 10 in circles. And then there's digits adding to 4 left. I did not do that right. I don't understand the Y46 specifically either. I just know that it's 5, whatever the other pair is in this that add to 10, and then digits that add to 4. So it's either a 4 or a 1, 3. But it does mean there's only 2 ways to make 10 in this puzzle. And so all of these are either 5 or that 5 5 or that way of making 10. Okay, so this one is 5 5. Because we know that way of making 10 doesn't involve yellow because we already have our repeated 5 in column 5. And so that's the only repeat in column 5. So the other way of making 10 doesn't involve yellow. So this can't be yellow plus something equals 10. So this is 5 5. And now, yeah, these are all yellow or green for what it's worth. Right. That immediately makes row 6, column 2 a 5 because we need a different digit there, which makes that not a 5, which makes that not a 5, which then makes these both 5. Do I know it's 2 digits that add to 4, or could it be 1 digit that adds to 4? Yeah, yellow is either 3 or 4, I believe, are our 2 options for what yellow can be. Uh, so yeah, this is my... I'm trying to figure out how I wanted to note this that will not horrify me. Like... That's my purple orange X. That's my purple orange X. I don't think I know these yet. Yeah, we do have... Oh, I guess we have 4 circle digits at least. And I think the answer is that this isn't a color. Okay, so this isn't a color. And so that means there are, in fact, 5 different colored circles. Right. So, oh, right. And I can't make any of these. These are, okay, so here's the much easier deduction. These are all purple-orange because I can't make an extra 5 in a circle. But also, this is a digit we just don't have in a circle yet. And so that's a 5th thing. And so that means it must be that we have the 5, 2 digits that add to 10, and then 2 more things, which have to be 1 and 3. And since yellow is known to be at least 3, that means yellow is 3, and this is a 1 with a 9. Is what is happening. Why couldn't what be a 4? If yellow is a 4, then yeah, I could have written it all in them. If this is a 4, then my digits sum to more than 19. Because I know the sum of my digits, like, that would be 19 right there, just between purple, orange, and green and a 4. It's because I can't repeat yellow in the column. Okay, I think I now believe the argument that these are 4, 6. Because both yellow, or both purple and orange, are at least 4, and they add to 10, and they're different. So the only option is that they're 4, 6. I now believe that argument. Let's see. So that means... I did not get to my mute button fast enough. But yeah, that means that these are 2 6s and a 5. Well, that one's got to be a 6. Which sorts out that that one's a 4 and a 6. And I'll go ahead and I'll use this to disentangle the coloring. So I'll make 6 that and 4 that. Uh, okay. So right. So this circle can't be the 5 either. Because if this circle is the 5, so you could argue this either way. This circle can't be the 5 because it would put a 4th digit in column 3, or this circle can only be a 5 because if it was 3, it would be an extra 3 in a circle. So either way you do it, you get that this is the 5 and this is the 6. Take your pick as to your preference. Now that's 3 digits for this row, so that means this is a 6, which means this is a 4. This sum can't involve 2 new digits, right? Because if it involves 2 new digits, that's 5 digits, but it could be a 3, 7. Okay, this is 3, 5, or 7. This is 3, 5, or 7, and it's not 3 or 5, so this is 7. Okay, that's a very nice white dot. So that makes this a 6 and a 4. And now that's my one repeat for this row. So it's not orange. So that's a 4. And that's a 6. And now we know the digits in this column are 3 and 7. Sorry, 3, 4, 6, and 7. So this has to be 3, 7. There can't be a 7 in this row. So that's the 3 and that's the 7. 7 doesn't have a color. Did I do something wrong, D-Web? Oh, yeah. Why not 4, 6 is a good question. I guess it could be 4, 6. Right. This digit is not 3. It is some other thing. So if this was, this is if this was 4, 6, then this digit would have to be a 3, 4, or 6, and it can be none of those. So this is 3, 7, in particular. And this can't be 7. So it's a 3, and that's a 7, which then means this digit's 3 or 7, so it's a 7. This already has its repeat, so that's a 7. This already has the appropriate digits in it, so that's a 3. And this is also a 3. This is the other sudoku that I've had featured on Cracking the Cryptic. I was very pleased to be able to make a fully functional grid using only X's and O's, a feat I wasn't able to replicate elsewhere. For any fellow Americans wondering about the title, Noughts and Crosses is what the British call tic-tac-toe. And carry on with the mini thing with the mini zippers sudoku. Okay, excellent. Okay. Zippery doodah, as they say. Okay, we've got... I know this digit. Okay, so this row's very restricted because this circle is gotta be the big digit, and these are all the same small digit. And so this is 2, 4, 6, or 8. And that small digit isn't yellow. is the point, because if that small digit was yellow, this cell would be yellow and we'd have 2 yellows in column 6. So that's yellow, which means these are some other thing to be named later. They're blue. Now, within this column, we have exclusively yellows and blues, and that cell in particular is blue. Okay, so this is some third color. Well, I feel like with Playmaker's answer, this is definitely not a line constraint. If yellow is 8, it feels like this is going to cause issues, but I'm not 100% confident of that. I do know that blue is certainly 1, 2, 3, 4. If this is yellow, then these two are the same. I guess I know that there's something over here that's not yellow. So this can be green. I know this isn't green. Oh, sorry. No, I know this isn't yellow is what I know. Because if this cell is yellow, then I've said that yellow plus green is 10, which would also make this yellow. So this is either green or the other color in the row. But I don't quite know which. I do think I see that if this cell is yellow in some convoluted way, I think this works out to be 10. It is true that this digit is neither yellow nor blue. Might be green. Yeah, these are the same color. Yeah, maybe instead of coloring that green, maybe I say that these are a new color. I don't know if there's blue in row 3 or not. But do I know if there's a blue in row 3? I think that's the problem, is I don't think I do. Yeah. Good spot from Ambrose. If this cell is yellow, then these two are the same, and that's 2 pairs of repeats. So this is blue, not yellow. Oh, and so this cell's green. Because if this cell were yellow or blue, it breaks, right? And this column only has yellow, blue, and green. So green now is at most 8. And yellow is smaller than green. So definitely green being at most 8 and yellow being smaller than green definitely does take out 8. I don't know if that's going to be useful or not, but I'll do it. Okay. I might at some point have to actually think about this, but I don't want to if I can avoid it. Let's see. AFK says if this is blue, then this zipper has to be all blue yellows. I agree with that. If this is blue, then these are blue-yellow. I feel like that does something dumb with the X, which was what I was trying to figure out earlier, but AFK had some smarter way of seeing this, I think, that I don't understand yet, that if this is blue, then surely this goes yellow-blue. That gives up all my repeats in this column. I don't see exactly why that breaks, though. Oh, I see. I see. Green. You're saying green can't be yellow plus blue because if green is yellow plus blue, I would make 2 repeats in row 5. That is very clever. Okay, so green is not yellow plus blue. And if green is not yellow plus blue, then that tells me that I, in fact, can't make this cell blue because that would make these yellow and blue, and that would break either way. So this is always yellow. That is very nice. Okay, so these two are the same color, and that color is not blue, and it's not yellow. Oh, sorry, it could be yellow. Sorry, it could be yellow. Yeah, it's either 2 yellow or a new digit, but these are the same thing. I guess like part of it is like, is this X55, yes or no, has some significant implications on what is happening. Uh, hmm. Yeah, do I know which world breaks? I'm not sure that I do. Oh, yeah, these are the same. That's very clever. These two are equal. And so that's the only repeat in the column. So they are not yellow or blue. So they are new. Right. Okay, that's the point. Yeah. Because of the zipper, green is yellow plus what? Green is yellow plus this digit. So these two are the one repeat in the column. And so it can't be yellow or green. Sorry, yellow or blue. It's definitely not green, so this is some new digit. Which means that's also red by our previous conclusion. So this is either green or red. I don't think I know which one yet. And I don't know blue plus what equals green either. Yes, I know that. Yeah, green can't be double blue. Because yellow is double blue. Green isn't yellow plus blue because green is yellow plus red. And so this cell can't be red, green, blue, or yellow. So this is some other digit that is not yet named. And then this digit now is... could this digit be green? It's certainly green or orange. I have cases it's just orange. Oh, right. If this was orange, it would make yellow 1. But I do specifically know that yellow is not 1. So that is orange. There we go. Yes. So now yellow and blue differ by 1 because these two differ by 1. Very nice. Okay, so yeah, so yellow and blue differ by 1. So they have to be 1 and 2. I like that. That's because these two need to differ by 1 in order to add to the same number, given that these two differ by 1. So I can fill in fact, actually lots of 2s in the grid. And an additional 1. Yeah, this is a very clever construction. Okay, so this is minimum 3. So green is at least 5. And it's not 9 because of that. In fact, actually, it can't even be 8 because there's not an extra 1 in the row. This X is very interesting because either the... So, like, just by this dot, these are either 3, 4, or 5. If it's 3, it makes this a 7, but that's a problem. So it's not. 4 works, because if this is a 4, then that's a 6 and that's a 6. If this is a 5, then that's also a 5, which seems to work. Right. 7 doesn't work, though, for green, because if I make a green 7, I add a number here that's at least 3, and I don't get the right number. So that's 5 or 6, and so the 5 here doesn't work. It's only 4, making that a 6 and making this a 6 as well. Oh, these are also 6, by the way, so I can just write in that this is 5. Don't tell Casey. This is 4. That's 5. Okay, so this digit can only be 3 because it's not 1 or 2, and it adds to 6, or adds with 6 to a single digit number. So it's 3. This can only be 4 because I'm not allowed to repeat within the things. That one's red. Yeah, the 5s did not end up their correct color, which is a shame for them. Okay, so this column means that this digit can be a 2, except it can't really be a 2. A 4, which maybe is possible. 4, 5, or 9 are my options. This digit, just to write out, is only 1, 2, or 3 because we've already repeated. Oh, sorry, no, we've already repeated the 4. So this digit's actually, sorry, this digit's at least 5. So actually, sorry, my deduction here is backwards. So this is at least 5, and so therefore it's a 9. Well, sorry, it's bigger than 5 because this number is at least 5. So this number is not a 6, so it's a 1 or a 2. And therefore this is a 7 or an 8. This digit is also a 1 or a 2. And so this digit is also a 7 or an 8. How does this resolve? Doesn't it work either way? Oh, I can't make these different 1-2s. That's the problem. If I make these different 1-2s, then I've now used the 1, the 2, the 7, the 8, and also the 9, and that's 5 things. So these are the same 1-2. Yeah, I don't see the like why it doesn't work both ways. Am I missing something? They're the same. Oh, if it's 2, it's not enough digits. Right. Okay, yeah. So if I make this 2, then I don't get enough digits. So they can't be 2. So they've got to be 1, which is blue, together with some 8s. Unlike the first 2 puzzles in this pack, the full-size version of this puzzle never got featured on CCC, but I really wish it had. I think it probably my favorite sudoku that I have created to this point. Though when I released it, I included a particularly nasty step at the end, which I shouldn't have. I ended up adding an extra clue to smooth it out. I'm going to carry on with mini prime sudoku. Let us look at the oh boy. Fill each digit with fill each cell with a digit from 1 to 9. Fill every row and column. Yeah, the same rules. Cells separated by a white dot are consecutive. Separated by a black dot have one the other, double the other. Each cage must sum to a prime number, but no 2 cages can sum to the same prime numbers. Digits can repeat. For your convenience, here are the primes up to 50. So this had better be 1, or I'm going to run into problems very quickly with this this whole idea of doing that. So that's a 11 cage, so we can't use 11 again. So the other number had better... Oh, I guess this could be like 1 plus 1, couldn't it? I suppose so. This can't be 1 plus 1, though, for what that's worth. So 1, oh, so that digit's 1. That's the point, right? That's the correct way to say this. So in this row, this cage sums to a prime. That digit's not 1. So this digit's either green or yellow, but if it's green, this number definitionally is not prime. So that is yellow. And we get over here that this is either a 2, a 4, or a 6. Like that. So that's our repeat for column 5. So there's no more repeats in column 5. Every 2-cell cage has to be, of course, at most 17. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cages which sum to a prime that is at most 17. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Indeed, pi of 17 is that number I just said. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Pi of 17 is 7. So, right. So that is true that these all need to add up to numbers that are larger than 17. And we do need one of these to add up to 2. And the only one that can is this one. That is a good spot. It would have taken me a long time to look for something globalish like that. Okay, yeah. So 3 now can't go in any of these places. Can't go there either. So yeah. So now this is a 3. I agree with DWeb. So these are all 1 or 2. So these digits sum to a maximum of 4. So I need these two to sum to a minimum of 15. In order to get to at least 19. So these are certainly from 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so now these sum to bigger numbers, and so our 5 cage has to be 2, 3, and it's going to be one of these. Didn't I just break it? Oh, no. I didn't break it. I just need this to be a 1 in this column. That's what I did. Because if this is a 2, I've now got too many different digits here. So this is always a 1, which actually knocks down my maximum as those sum to 3. So these need to sum to at least 16. So they certainly need to be at least 7, 8, 9. Hey, Ratfinks, how are you doing? Right. So now this is not the 2, 3 cage. So this is the 2, 3 cage. For 5. That 7, 8, 9 is that 7. It does go there. I agree. So there's a 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I can't even get up to the maximum I could possibly make this cage add to is 21. But that means that the only prime it can be is 19. So this does sum to 19, but not in an interesting way. Or not in a way that is restrictive, unfortunately, yet. Yeah, there's a 3, 4 in column 6 somewhere, because we do need one of those. And then we've also got a 17 and a 13 to take care of. Uh, yes, yes, yes. That's the point of this. So I know this sums to 19. So now 23 is the minimum this can sum to, but it's also the maximum given that I can't make a sum to 24. Which is very good. Yeah, so this adds to exactly 23, which now means this needs to add to at least 29, which can only do us 9, 9, 9, and 2. So these are all 9s. That's very cute. Okay, that's a winner right there. Yeah, so this is 9, 9, 9, and 2. I don't know if 9 is orange or anything crazy like that, but let's see. Yeah, so this digit can't be 1, 2. It could be 3 or 4. I think it could be 5. It can't be 6, 8, or 9. I think it can be 7. Uh, uh, yeah, the row 3 white dot has either a 1 or a 9 on it. But it can't have a 1 on it because of the 1, 2 in the column. So this white dot actually needs to have a 9 on it, just judging by, this is just pigeonhole principle and the fact that there's only 3 digits in the row, and this has 2 of them. So it's got to have one of 1 and 9, and the only one it can have is the 9, which makes that an 8, 9, which makes these definitely now from 8, 9, because now the digits in the row are 1, 8, 9. Now... Oh, right. We've got a 17 cage and we've got a 13 cage in some order running around out there. Okay. Now this has to be 8, 9, and 1 because now we have to minimize. Oh, sorry. No, we could do 8, 8, and 2. Never mind. Sorry. One of these is definitely an 8, but... yes. Now we know where the 7 cage is because of that, right? So now this is the 3, 4, and we actually know that's the 4 and that's the 3. Uh, right. Orange isn't able to be 7 anymore. We just proved that generally. So if this wants to add to 13, this is a 5. The point is this cage never adds to 13. Because if this is an 8, that's a 5, which you can't do. And if this is a 9, that's a 4, which you can't do. So this is the cage that adds to 13. With the, in this case, the 5, because the 4 down there tells me. So orange is 8, which means this adds to 17. So it's an 8 and a 9, making that an 8, making that a 4. Making that orange and that orange to maintain my somewhat arbitrary coloring. This needs to add to 17, which means these two need to add to... Sorry, 19, which means these two need to add to 10. I still don't know which one it is, do I? Oh, I do know because of the fact there's only 3 digits in the column. Because if I make these 2, 8, that's too many digits. So they have to be 1, 9. Making that cell yellow. Let's see. That finished that. Finishes that. Okay, this can't be an 8 anymore. Oh, right. This needs to be a 1, 9, or 5. Of those, it can only be a 9. So that makes that a 6, which makes that an 8. This column needs another repeat, so this has to be a 2 and a 3. Very nice. I made the full-size version of this puzzle, and I feel like I'm playing a beginner's guide with the way that these commentary things are written, by the way. I feel slightly like this is going to turn into some sort of sociopathic nightmare if you have played that. I made the full-size version of this puzzle in the midst of the unique prime cages trend. I found it so surprising that you can force this kind of puzzle in a sudoku that includes so much flexibility in the number distribution. Of all the mini puzzles in this pack, this one most closely replicates the logic and feel of the original. Let's see, mini slow snake. It's actually funny. One of the very first puzzles I set was a puzzle with killer cages that all had to sum to a different prime, but I didn't really like it enough, so I didn't publish it. So this one we actually are using the digits 1 through 6. So cells separated by a white dot are consecutive. Cells separated by a black dot have one digit that's double the other. And we need to draw an orthogonally connected snake, one cell wide. It does not branch or touch itself, even diagonally. All yellow diamonds are on the snake. Also, the snake digits must either increase or stay the same from one end to the other. A digit on the snake indicates how many times the digit appears on the snake. I see. So the snake is a counting circle snake. Okay, so we know all of these are the same number. We know these are different numbers. That yellow does kind of make this disappear. Maybe I want it to be coloring like what is on the snake, for example. So like all of these are snake. It doesn't quite tell me where the end of the snake is. Is there a reason this has to be one of the ends of the snake? We could pencil circle the snake if we want. And then leave our coloring for digits. Well, yellow isn't 1, unless this is one of the ends of the snake. I'm really not a fan of puzzles with snakes not telling you where the start and the end are. Seems to me like we could do something like this. Feels very likely with better snakeage. I do know the snake can't go through both of these dots because these dots definitely have a digit in common. They could have 2 digits in common, but they have at least 1 digit in common. Yeah, as soon as the snake leaves a color, it can't come back. Which does make it pretty interesting if it takes this corner. That forces it to immediately take some amount of of things, right? I do need to remember that there's only 1 through 6 in the puzzle. Uh, I don't see why not. I don't think. I don't think. Uh, oh, because we'd have to enter yellow, and then yeah, we'd right. Okay, yeah. So this absolutely can't go left because we'd be in yellow all the way through this, and we'd be in yellow for more than 6 cells. Because once you enter yellow, you can't leave yellow before you get to that cell. So, so I agree. The snake definitely does not go this way, which would be useful, but for the fact that that we don't actually know if this is one of the ends or not, and it probably is. Uh, and I think probably the same thing is true if this were on the snake, right? If this was on the snake, we'd still be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, this also can't be on the snake. Yes, it would be very useful if it was a loop. Because Gary and the snake has to stay in yellow between these 2 points because of its thermoness, and that would put more than 6 cells in yellow. But the snake is a counting circle, so we'd have to put a number larger than 6 in it, which the rules specifically prohibit. It is true. Oh, this digit's just a naked 1. Because we know that the snake is going to be on a different digit as soon as it comes through here. So this is a naked 1, and it's one of the ends of the snake because it's either going there or it's going there, and either way it's going to a different digit. Yeah, so this is the start of the snake. For what it's worth. Uh, uh, I kept like turning this over and over in my head, imagining what this world was going to look like, and not getting the point, which was that it was the counting circle point. Uh, uh, right. So it either goes this way and then these are the same digit, or it goes this way and these are the same digit. Yeah, we know the snake comes here regardless because the snake has to go either that way or that way. Yep, I agree. Row 5, column 5 is snake. And we could probably put some bound on this to say that it is like not more than 3 if we really wanted to. Uh, uh, you can't go 2 up in column 6 because that would make these different digits, and then it wouldn't be a counting circle. Because if these are 2 different digits, then this is a 2 or whatever, and that doesn't work. Yeah, this is certainly the repeat for row 5 or column 5. I agree with that. So if this is a 3, then we'll go 3, 3, and we'll be forced to go over here. If it's a 2, then we could go 1, 2, 2, and that doesn't even matter. I think there's an annoying amount of flexibility. Now, certainly we could say the minimum amount of spaces. No, not quite. I was like, yellow could be. I was trying to put a lower bound on yellow, and I think I can say that yellow is at least 3, but I think that's probably the best that I can say. So this is the other end of the snake, though, right? For almost exactly the same reason, right? If this is not, in fact, this snake just can't go this way, right? If the snake goes this way, this digit's also a 1. Oh, no, that's not true. Sorry, no. Yeah, I think I'm right, but I think it involves this white dot. So if the snake doesn't end here, then it continues here, and then it can't continue in either direction without repeating a 1, because that would be a 1 thing, and that would be a 1 thing. So, nothing to do with the white dot? I think it does require the white dot. Oh, right. It's so either this is the end or this is the end, right? Those are the two options. I think that is what we're concluding. Oh, and we actually know that this definitely comes this way because we know this is in the snake more than once. So these two are the same digit. And that digit's not yellow, right? Because if that digit was yellow, then we'd be in yellow for more than 6. So this digit can be purple. Right. We just can't end in row 6, column 3 because it would only be on the snake once. Right. Okay. So yeah. So I agree. This is the end of the snake. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, the snake is certainly at least 15 cells long by virtue of the fact that it goes through these. And so purple is definitely 5 or 6. I agree. And so yellow is before that by definition. So yellow is certainly at most 4, but more than 2. Sorry, at most 5, but more than 2, I think. So it's probably 3, 4, or 5. Let's see. But it wouldn't have to reach here in 6. It would just have to reach yellow in 6, right? And yellow could extend. Because this is not necessarily the first yellow digit on the snake. In fact, I think I probably, if I absolutely had to, could prove it's not the first yellow digit on the snake. Okay, yeah. So you're saying, sorry, I now see the point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You're saying that this is at minimum the 9th cell of the snake, and so it can't be a 3, because then we would have to have gotten there in 6 cells at most. I see. Okay. So yeah, so I agree that this is 4 or 5. It is true. All of these digits are from 4, 5, 6. Uh, Yeah, the Kropke cells are annoying because the Kropke cells definitely, if you go through a Kropke dot, you're definitely at a border. Yeah, I guess the purple just can't go this way because if the purple goes this way, that's the only repeat, and then it comes up here, and now we have not gotten to 5 or 6. There we go. Okay, I see. I see the point a few people are slowly putting together is that purple just can't come here because then it's forced up by the row, and then into a Kropke dot of death. Uh, it just gets to 4, right? And it can't be 4. It's only 5 or 6. Uh, okay, and so now it can't come here because then it's still stuck for exactly the same reason. So it has to come up here to this 5 or 6. Stealing points is the only way that Zeta ever understands them. Let's see. So what do we do now then? And I know this white dot isn't 4 or 5. I mean, I'm sure this cell isn't yellow or purple, aren't I? Or could it be yellow? I don't think this cell can plausibly be yellow. Actually, maybe No, I've constructed a universe where this cell is yellow and these are both purple. And yellow is 5, purple is 6. Oh, but that's technically not possible. I'm trying to see if there's any hope of this generalizing. I don't think there is. Because I think I could probably try and do that instead, and now I think it's legal. Oh, but now purple isn't 6. Now purple is 5. Oh, no. I feel like we... Oh, no, no, no. Now yellow is too big. Okay, I think... Yeah, now yellow is 6. I think it's actually true that that this can't be yellow, which would be huge because it would be the third color for the row if it's true. And I don't think this can be yellow. I don't think there's any way we can do it. So I'm just going to go ahead and make it green. And so it's less than yellow. But yeah, so this is a 3 or a 4. That we have made it to. Can we do stuff like this? I don't think so. I don't think we can bend that much, but I could be wrong. I think this could be as high as 4 because I think there's... Oh, actually, could this cell really be green given that column 5 only has 1 repeat in it? Maybe it can't. Because that would be the 1 repeat. So that would force the kind of nonsense that I was drawing before. Right, because it can't be... Yeah, you'd have to have a U pentomino, which is all well and good until you get to this cell, and now that cell has to come up to here, and this is either 2 yellows or a third green, neither of which works. So yeah, actually this can't be green. So it's not 4, and we can give it a different color. Oh, alternatively, 5 is greater than 4 is also a great point, right? The U pentomino already had 5 things in it, so it couldn't possibly work that way. And remember that if this is orange, that's the only repeat in this whole row, and so these two would be other things. This one is tricky. Hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As long as we believe that the snake can't be 21 long, which doesn't sound like the kind of thing I think I want to prove, but I think is something that chat has claimed that I kind of believe. So yeah, so we have we've built our own length 5 thermo. And the total snake length must be odd because of the parity of the start and end. So we either skip 2 odd numbers or 1 even number. Can we even do it in 15 cells? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, we can do it in exactly 15 cells if we do something like that. Which we can't actually do. But I'm not 100% convinced that we can't do a variation of it. Oh, right. Yeah, we skip 1 even number, right? We know we skip 1 even number because we have 5 different digits on the line, is a good way to think about it. So if we go this way, then we're forced to go this way. Because we know the next thing is going to be orange or green, right? So basically the point is if I go this way, I'm priced into going this way, and now this cell has to be orange or green because we go from orange to green, and now I've broken the column because I've got too many repeats. So I'm forced to do that as soon as I have any. As soon as I go this way first, I'm forced to go this way. At least I can't run into here, or I run into all kinds of problems. I'd run into the snake; it would touch itself. So we'd go up here, and then up here, and back here. And now at this point is where I think we start asking questions about why this definitely breaks. We might have to go one step further for it to break. Uh, yeah, that's one more step of look ahead that I'm willing to do, D-Web. Uh, that's 2 more steps of look ahead that I'm willing to do, Garion. Uh, uh, is row 5, column 3 the repeat for the row? I guess what we know is either these are the repeat for the row or these are the repeat for the row. So we know this is not a repeat in the row. I guess if you want to say that, because either I go this way, in which case I've already done the repeat for the row. Oh no, sorry, that's not true, because this could be 2s and then a 3. So sorry, there's a possible world where this goes. This is not actually a repeat. These could be different. Is irksome. Yeah, what are our digits in column 3 is a very reasonable question. Because this is like a non-yellow digit for sure. I agree we're not skipping any odd digits. So yeah, so if pink is 6, we have to do something like that or that. I agree that that doesn't seem to work. Uh, uh, which is, uh, I'm kind of inclined to believe that it actually has to just be the length 15 one, but I can't see any way that, and I can't see or imagine any way that one could feasibly sort of rule out. I'm trying to see, like, well, obviously I can't do that. I'm trying to see, like, is there some sort of like coloring trick where I could say that if purple is 6, then I land in yellow after an odd number of steps, and so that means that something something. Uh, but I think we just give up on trying to solve the puzzle and just vibe solve it instead. So if we're vibe solving, then I think we definitely believe this. This is a 4 or a 5. Uh, and so then this is a 3 and a 2 and a 1. Uh, and so we know that this is 3, 4, 5. You can't fit 11 cells in pink and yellow. Sounds very vibe solvy to me, I will admit. Okay, so this black dot definitely doesn't have a 5 on it. Uh, hmm. Let's see. So this is certainly 2, 3, 4, not 5, maybe 6. Okay, that's maybe not worth writing in even. Uh, let's see. Okay, so the snake certainly can't come this way. We know that much. Uh, it's either going to come this way or this way. Uh, row 6, column 6 goes to row 6, column 5. It breaks the 3 on top. Uh, okay, so yeah, the snake is length 15, so we just can't go this way. I believe this because we don't have any room to zig or zag. 15 is the minimum. And so if we go this way, we actually have to repeat too many digits in the column. So I think I agree that this goes here. This is a 2. And so now we need to go up this column to a 3 in order to pick up the 3 at all. But we can't go up further or we repeat the 3, so we come over here to another 3. Okay, it can't go down here for sure. So this is just like not snake. And yeah, none of this is snake. probably not worth marking all of this, but I started, so I'm going to keep going. Right. If the snake comes this way now, then the snake is done. So the snake has to come up. And now if the snake comes here, it touches diagonally, so we can't do that. Okay, the snake has to go there. Now the snake can't take this without getting more than 4 4s, so... uh-oh, I broke it. Wait, how is this even possible? Oh, I have 4 3s. Okay, that makes it make much more sense. Okay. Thank you. Okay, and so that makes it so that, yeah, we snake down here, and now it's a 5, and we're done. Okay, thank God. Okay, this pack has had several puzzles that I really liked, and one puzzle that will go on my least favorite puzzles of all time list. So let's see. So we've got that all done, and so now the snake just doesn't matter at all. And so now we just have a pure sudoku to do, so to speak. So this digit is a 4 because it can't be a 2 or a 3 or a 1 or a 5. Oh, sorry, no, this could be a 6. So 2, 3, 6, but this one's not a 2 or a 3. Oh, no, it is just a 6. Sorry. It is a 6. I was correct that it was locked out, but then was tried to articulate it wrong. Okay, what about these? So these are 3, 5, 6. Sure are. Ah, but this is only a 3, 5, or a 6, and it's only 4 or 5. So this just is a 5, I agree. Which then actually gives us the 3 and the 6. These are 4, 5, and that one can only actually be a 5 by the column. This is a 4 or a 5. This is green. 6 doesn't get a color. We already have 4 digits in row 4. Okay, so there's no 2 in row 4, so this has to be 3, 6. So that's never a 3. It's a 4 or a 5. Let's see, this column... Okay, this can't be a 6, because if this is a 6, then the digits in this column are 4, 5, 6, and that one doesn't work. So this has got to be a 3 and a 6 in that order. And 3 is next to 4. These are only from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because we've already used the repeat. It's certainly not a 6, so it's a 1 or a 3. But 1, 2 doesn't work because it puts 4 digits in the column, so this is a 3, which makes this a 2, which makes this a 3. We've already used our repetition, so that's not a 3. This column needs to have 4 digits in it, and it currently only has 3, so this needs to be a 1. And this column already has 3 digits in it, so that needs to be a 4. Good lord. This concludes. Oh, this concludes the pack. I see. I thought we still had things. That concludes this mini Sudoku pack. I hope you enjoyed these puzzles. All but the last. All but the last were great. I include this puzzle because along with duplicates, it has the highest rated Sudoku of mine on LMD. There is so much Sudoku logic. Yes, I agree. Sudoku has a lot of potential. But we got an extra long stream for today, but that is going to be all for today's extra long stream. I hope you enjoyed it. We did a lot of cool stuff today. We did do this whole pack. I think the zipper one was my favorite out of the pack. But thank you, everyone who supports the stream. If you'd like to support the stream, you can always get a YouTube membership for yourself or donate some YouTube memberships to other folks, as Paul Fly did last time. So if you want to do that, you can do that. You can always like the stream. That is free. You just click the little thumbs up button an odd number of times, and we'll be more than happy for you to do that. But thank you for watching and supporting. And last but not least, thank you to the Turbines, Daniel, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, Plank Time, and Wario. So thank you so much. I suppose I should put Paul Fly on here, given that Paul Fly gave out 25 gift subs last time. So thank you all so much, and I'll see you next time. Bye for now.